things to get to. Jonathan Majors' ex-girlfriend, Grace Jabari, took to the stand yesterday in the domestic violence trial against the actor. Detailing what happened the night of March 25th, Jabari said that the pair caught a play and had dinner in Brooklyn afterwards. At the restaurant, Majors was upset that Jabari had confided in a friend about his abusive behavior. She said, he kept saying, I'm going to kill myself. This time, I'm going to do it. The professional dancer also shared that the actor was controlling and had threatened suicide following their fights on multiple occasions. On the car ride back to Manhattan, Jabari confirmed that she saw a text message on Major's phone which read, quote, wish I was kissing you right now. After she grabbed his phone to see the message, Jabari said that he pulled and twisted her arm to get the phone back. She also said that she felt a hard blow across her head.
Do you know they discovered the text is from Joe Namath?
No way.
I want to kiss you?
Crazy.
Yeah.
I want to kiss you.
Additionally, jurors were shown surveillance footage that seemingly showed Majors getting out of the car and pushing her back into it. So this is her on the stand. He will eventually have his time on the stand if he wants to testify, I assume. So, so that will continue for a bit, and we'll see what more comes of that. Jamie Foxx is reflecting on his medical emergency in April. Case, I believe we have a couple of clips that should have been sent over.
Yet.
Okay. Speaking at the, I have the quotes here.
All right.
Speaking at the Critics' Choice Association on Monday, he opened up about his health scare during an emotional award acceptance speech. He said, I want to thank everybody. I've been through something. I've been through some things. And he was accepting the Vanguard Award for his performance in The Burial, by the way. He said, it's crazy. I couldn't do that 6 months ago. I couldn't actually walk, too, he said. And he started to well up with emotion and showing his appreciation for life. He said, it feels good to be here. I cherish every single minute now. It's different. He said, I wouldn't wish what I went through on my worst enemy because it's tough when you almost, and then he paused and said, when it's almost over, when you see the tunnel. He said, I saw the tunnel. I didn't see the light, he joked. And he said, it was hot in that tunnel, so I didn't see where I was going. He said, am I going to place? I see the devil going, come on now. And in another lighter moment, he assured the audience that he was not a clone, despite previous rumors. That was a conspiracy theory that was out there.
So whatever he went through, he almost died. And it was obviously traumatic, and he went through a lot.
Know.
Still don't know.
Yeah.
There were, of course, rumors because he was in a facility that treats strokes that's what he had. But if he had, I see no lingering remnants of that stroke. Seeing him out and about and in interviews, he looks like Jamie Foxx the way you know him.
Yeah, sometimes you can bounce back. From those.
Good for him if he did.
After some rehab. So, all right, here's one of the clips of him.
You know, it's crazy. I couldn't do that 6 months ago. I couldn't actually walk
and then he talks about being near death.
Feels good to be here. I cherish every single minute. Now it's different. I wouldn't wish what I went through on my worst enemy, because it's tough when it's almost over. When you see the tunnel, I saw the tunnel. I didn't see the light.
Yep. So whatever it is and whatever he dealt with, he's doing way, way better now. And maybe eventually he'll talk about exactly what happened.
And he said that it is his sister that interceded and made sure he came out of this okay, because she would not stop making sure he got with the right people.
All right, very good. Speaking of medical issues, Britney Spears' estranged father, Jamie Spears, had reportedly has had his leg amputated.
Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, source to the pop star's hometown of Kentwood, L.A. says.
Diabetic or something?
Well, he had knee replacement and got a terrible infection from it, according to a source.
That can happen, man.
He underwent multiple unsuccessful surgeries prior to the amputation, which was a last resort. This comes 2 months after Page Six reported that the 71-year-old was seriously ill and had been in and out of hospitals, including a facility for infectious disease patients. Sources said at the time that Jamie had lost more than 25 pounds while dealing with his health issues, which stem from a knee replacement in the mid-2000s. That's why, going under the knife, even if it's routine, there are slight chances that something can happen as far as infections go. You guys know my uncle almost died. He got the flesh-eating disease, necrotizing fasciitis. He went in for hemorrhoid surgery, and it nearly killed him. Of course, it was his rectum that they were working on.
Nearly killed him.
Damn near killed him.
Well, that's why, Dr. Mike always says, yeah, you want to die?
Yeah, you want to die?
In a hospital?
Yeah, if it's not totally necessary. But he had knee replacement. The guy needed to have it done. But,
right, yeah.
But he's been estranged from Brittany for years. I have no idea if she's been in contact with him since this. So.
Maybe this will turn that around.
Who knows? Mark Ruffalo spoke to Robert Downey Jr. about his insecurities filming a nude scene for Poor Things. It was on Monday's episode of Variety's Actors on Actors series. He said, I was like, do I have to in regards to filming the scene? He said, all I can hear is nobody wants to see your old ass anymore. Maybe you shouldn't be doing movies like that anymore. I mean, it's my least favorite part of it, but I also saw it as an extension of the physical comedy that we were already finding. So it was just another way to tell the story. And then Robert Downey Jr. gave him some assurance and said, I got to say, you look pretty bangable to me, in case you were wondering. So they had a nice little chat about it. Angelina Jolie is ready to leave Hollywood. The actor opened up about her issues with the industry in an interview with the Wall Street Journal, which was published yesterday. She told the outlet that if she were just getting started in her career, she, quote, wouldn't be an actress today. She said, when I was starting out, it wasn't as much of an expectation to be as public, to share so much. And I assume that means like in social media and things like that.
No, yeah, that's probably true.
She grew up around Hollywood since both of her parents were actors. She shared with the outlet that she was, quote, never very impressed with it and never bought into it as significant or important. She said, I grew up in quite a shallow place. Of all the places in the world, Hollywood is not a healthy place, so you seek authenticity.
She says if there's a career that she'd want to emulate, it would be that of Jeff Dunham's. She loves ventriloquism.
Oh, really?
She also said that she plans to move when she can, so she's thinking about getting out of there. All right, the GMA3 scandal has taken a very interesting turn.
Yeah.
According to Page Six, Amy Robach and TJ Holmes's ex-spouses are now dating each other.
As I was reading this, I was wondering, Preston, how often do you think, like in the cases where the spouses are both sort of wounded and caught off guard, how often do you think that happens?
I was thinking the same thing.
Oh, I think it happens a lot. I mean, I know a number of stories where it's happened, even so where two women got together after their husbands left.
Yes, I've seen that. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It happened to some friends of mine's neighbors. Yep, that happened. A source told the outlet that Andrew Shue and Marilee Fiebig bonded over their shared experiences after the affair. And the source said it turned into something else, and they're connected over their values. It's bigger than the affair now. Meanwhile, Robach and Holmes released the first episode of their new podcast on Tuesday and claimed that they did not cheat on Shue and Fiebig. Both claimed that they were already in divorce proceedings when they were outed as being in a relationship.
It is pretty wild, though.
Interesting, yes. This is funny, too. On a recent episode of Variety's Awards Circuit podcast, Emily Blunt revealed that The Office fans are still not happy about her marriage to John Krasinski.
That's great.
She said, do you know how many people still yell out, I wish you were with Pam? Like when I'm walking next to him, she said, where's Pam? And I'm like, she's not here. Speaking about her close friendship with Jenna Fisher, who plays Pam on the hit series, she said she's one of our dearest friends. We love Jenna. So
they had great chemistry on the show. That's for sure. Yeah, you can't argue that.
All right, this is nice. Our buddy Mark Summers is starring in a new off-Broadway show about his life in and out of the spotlight. Aptly titled The Life and Slimes of Mark Summers, the production will begin a 16-week limited run on February 14th ahead of a February 21st opening at New World Stages in New York City.
That's awesome.
Yeah. He's been working his ass off on this.
Oh, yeah. We actually saw the filmed presentation of it, which was pretty amazing. And even then, it was still, he said there was still more to be added to it.
He texted me last night about it and sent over the article, and I fired back. And I said, man, you've done so many cool things, but I go, this has just got to be, you got to be so proud of this. And he's like, he's jumping out of his skin.
And he's really, obviously, who knows the story better than he?
It's written by Tony-nominated actor Alex Brightman, who did Beetlejuice, School of Rock, and The Shark Is Broken, and features music by composer and lyricist Drew Gasparini. who is known for writing songs for season 2 of Smash, as well as the scores for musicals like The Karate Kid, and It's Kind of a Funny Story, among others. And the producing team will also feature a famous face familiar to Food Network viewers. Guy Fieri is going to be on the producing team. Mark said, bringing the show to New York feels like a surreal dream, one that I'm still pinching myself over. He said, honestly, I sometimes feel like the luckiest guy in the world. I can't wait for people to join us on this journey where laughter, entertainment, and pure joy will collide in the heart of New York City.
That's having awesome.
It's fantastic.
It's terrific, man.
Really.
You know, he'll have a Broadway debut and red carpet. And of course, obviously, I'm sure we'll be invited.
I was going to say we should go.
Of course. And listen, if he wants to pick up the limo for us, I'd be very generous.
No, we should go. And he said he wants to come by here and obviously to promote it. So we'll definitely be talking to Mark.
And of course, the hotel he's going to put us up in. I'm sure it'll be top notch.
Well, that's the way he rolls.
And the per diem will be generous.
Yeah.
And the vacation that follows.
Do you guys want to go Wednesday opening night or wait till the weekend?
Well, whatever he
Weekend,
wants. Whatever gets us the best limo, the best per diem, and the best vacation.
It's up to him. According to TMZ, Lupita Nyong'o and Joshua Jackson are continuing to spend time together following their respective breakups.
Are they working on things, Preston?
Jodie Turner-Smith filed for divorce from the Dawson's Creek actor in October, and the Black Panther actor announced a couple of weeks ago that she and Sal Masakela were going their separate ways. So on Monday, they were photographed arriving at the organic grocery store Erewhon in Los Angeles.
Look at this avocado.
Look at this.
This goddamn thing is huge. What they should do is introduce their exes to each other so they can start dating.
So the Us actor appeared to duck while in the passenger seat of the car to avoid being spotted. This comes after the pair attended
It's okay. No one knows who you are.
a Janelle Monáe concert together in October.
People say, no one knows who you are, sweetie. It's okay.
Wait, so Matt is really good friends with Sal because he did all the X Games stuff back in the day.
Really?
Yeah, he was like the host from MTV and into that time. Yeah.
Nice. Excellent. Well,
Can he get us Mark Summers?
He has a famous ex-girlfriend.
Rita Moreno spoke with Entertainment Tonight recently about celebrating her 92nd birthday and whether or not she plans to retire from acting. She said, I love what I do. Why on earth would I want to leave what I do?
And she's good at it, and she has the next Jackass film she's doing.
Oh, no.
Which is going to be great. She's already picked up some stunts. No, she was great in West Side Story. It was she's in the original Robert Weiss West Side Story, and she appears in the Spielberg version. She's terrific.
She said, so that's what I plan to do unless I can't or until I can't. So her latest film, Family Switch, premieres on Netflix on Thursday. And
this is called Falcon Punch.
Speaking of that, Netflix's latest holiday offering has been dealt a huge blow after disgruntled viewers took to social media to slam the movie. We actually touched on this yesterday. Late last month, Netflix released Family Switch, and it's hitting headlines for the wrong reasons. The film follows the Walkers, a nuclear family of 5 who have a lot on their minds. There are college interviews to prepare for, record deals to clinch, and a soccer tryout to nail. But after visiting a planetarium and getting their photographs snapped, the family wake up the next morning to find that they've all switched bodies. Jennifer Garner and Ed Helms are in this film, and Netflix viewers have taken offense due to a particularly weird, incestuous scene.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner.
I stopped it right there.
During said scene, daughter, Cece, played by Emma Myers, is in her mother's body while being joined by friends at the family home. In an attempt to stir the pot, one of the group claims that couples need a minimum of 12 kisses a day just to sustain a relationship. Despite Cece pretending that she pecks her, quote, husband, whose body is currently occupied by her brother Wyatt, played by Brady Noon, 14 times a day, the so-called friends want to see a smooch in action. So what then takes place is a very strange kiss between brother and sister acting as mom and dad.
So people are complaining about this. They're calling it incest. A kiss is not incest. Incest involves sex.
Yes,
also,
agreed.
These people
incest.
aren't actually...
They're not them.
They are actors. Like, dude, let it go. Does it make you uncomfortable? Yes. It's supposed to.
Exactly.
It's the joke.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
listen.
think because it's where it's airing. Like the type
What's
of
the rating?
Okay, so not Netflix.
Because it's Christmas?
Because it's right. It's presented as a Christmas movie.
Right, it's presented as like
It is?
Yeah, it's a holiday
It's
movie.
a holiday movie.
Oh,
Yeah.
Family Switch was the only part that I gathered.
Yeah, it's
I was
a
like,
so whatever
still,
holiday family.
It's kissing. And it's not even, it's a peck, and it's an uncomfortable peck. I saw the footage of the sequence. To call it incest is ridiculous. I think in the movie European, what's the, I forget the name of it, but there's one where literally, I think the guy accidentally has sex with his sister.
Oh my God, no,
Yeah.
this is no.
So that's incest.
No, see, I'm not okay with it.
Right.
I think
I don't
there
like it.
was a radio show that one time did a contest called Kiss Your Sister.
That was us.
Oh, that was us.
That's gnarly.
I knew I hated you guys.
So people
But that wasn't incest.
taking to social media to air their frustrations with the movie's divisive scene. Following the backlash, the McGee-directed film, based on the book called Bedtime for Mommy by Amy Krauss Rosenthal, has scored low on Rotten Tomatoes. It scored just 45% on the tomato meter and also holds a meager 49% audience score. Now, I don't know if that's because of that particular scene or not.
No, I had to be honest, I had not heard of the movie.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking about this movie and these types of movies and how weird they are. I didn't even, not even thinking about the incest thing, and these are scenes that aren't like actually portrayed in the movie. But if you think about it, these little children are handling their adult parents' genitalia.
Yeah. And I'd be handling it like crazy.
Hell yes,
Yeah.
I would.
Look at this.
Look at this thing.
I don't have to wait. You know, what's your favorite incest movie?
Oh, my God.
So, A Flower's in the Attic, right? Isn't that incest?
Yeah. But if you want to go with porn, I mean, Steve, Taboo is the classic.
Taboo.
That's the
okay.
classic. So,
Did you guys, you watched Gen V, right?
Paul knows all the answers. What's that?
You watched Gen V, the boys?
wait a minute.
Okay.
That's an actual line from Taboo.
she
That
say?
is an actual line from the porn. It's not real incest, but it's acted incest movie, Taboo. Paul knows all the answers. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Casey.
No, it's Gen V. Did you watch it?
No.
Okay, there's a scene with Soldier Boy, and I'm not giving anything away, but the subject matter of said scene and what he's talking, I'm like, this is horrible. It's horrendous.
It's meant to be,
but it's made up. It's
Right.
fiction. It didn't actually happen. You know what I mean?
So in this case, and I think Kathy's right, is that this is sort of a holiday movie.
Yeah.
But again, as you rightly pointed out, A, they're actors. B, it's supposed to be uncomfortable for the joke. And C, it's just a kiss. They don't have intercourse.
What about Violent Night and Fat Man? Those are holiday
Those
movies
are great
as well.
movies. I love them.
But it seems,
Talking about murder.
it seems pretty innocent to me. I think it's just cringeworthy. I don't think people are going, this is an outrage.
No.
I think it's people are like, ew. You know what I mean? Ew,
I'm going to allow that, Jans.
All right, and Mark is on the line. I'm not going to go to the phone call, but he wants to point out Game of Thrones is filled with incest.
Yeah.
Loads of incest. In fact, the Targaryens that's their whole lineage is incestual.
What's your favorite incestual relationship from Game of Thrones?
Oh, wow.
There's a lot, right?
I mean,
Yeah.
Jamie Lannister.
Jamie and Cersei?
Yes,
Yeah, that's pretty.
They make a good couple.
Kinda,
yeah.
Kinda, yeah.
So when they
They're
break
both
up-
evil, so they're fit like a glove. All right, well, anyhow. Moving on, during an episode of Variety's Actors on Actors series released yesterday, Margot Robbie revealed that Oppenheimer producer Charles Roven called her to see if she would move the release date for Barbie so that the two movies wouldn't overlap. So she was speaking to Cillian Murphy and said, one of your producers, Chuck Roven, called me because we worked together on some other projects, and he was like, I think you guys should move your date. And I was like, we are not moving our date. If you're scared to be up against us, then you move your date. And he was like, we're not moving our date. And I just think it'd be better for your movie. And I was like, we're not moving. So,
By the way,
stalemate.
both of them releasing at the same time, I think, upped the viewership for both.
I agree.
You got people in the going to the movie mindset.
Yeah, and plus there was the Barbenheimer thing that happened.
And it was a big promotional thing.
I mean, nobody could have seen that
No,
coming,
you
but-
could not plan that.
But it was kind of fun that it happened.
She said she did wake up the next day, and Preston, there was an atomic bomb in her bedroom.
What?
Just sending a message.
Yeah.
And then I was happy to see this because I am committed to the series. And anytime you get committed to a series, you're like, please have another season because you don't want to have wasted all that freaking time on it. But Foundation has been renewed for a third season at Apple TV Plus.
Have you been enjoying it?
I
Really?
It's like
I didn't realize that.
I can't wait to watch it now. It's that good. It's epic. It's huge in its scope.
It looks very Dunian.
Very much so. And Steve, the practical effects and all the stuff, it's really it's top level
I
stuff.
got to go back and watch it.
All right. Maybe I will watch
Since I
this.
started, I probably should go back to episode 1.
Maybe so.
Everything.
It's complex. It's one of those where you gotta follow along. You
A lot of incest?
You can't miss it. It's loads of incest.
Is this the one where there's kind of like this force field on the planet that nobody can, the kids try to get as close to?
Oh, of the vault, that thing. They're trying to walk up to it, and they start getting sick and passing out, and they don't know why. It's this object that they have no idea what it is. Yes, it is that movie.
All
it's
right.
really well done.
Then I will check this out. On Apple Plus, I'm watching Monarch: Legacy of Monsters, which is
digging that.
It's very good.
Excellent.
Very good.
Excellent.
A lot of incest.
Season 2 of the epic sci-fi series aired its finale on September 15th. The show is based on the Foundation stories written by Isaac Asimov, which I'm thinking about eventually going to and reading, but it's a big commitment. There's a lot.
I want to say that at one point I read the first book.
Okay.
But I might be lying if I say that. I'm not sure I read it.
So the head of programming for Apple TV Plus said, to watch Foundation become such a global hit has been beyond exciting, with audiences around the world continuing to be captivated week after week by this dramatic and compelling journey to save humanity, and we can't wait for everyone to experience it. So it's got some big names in it, too. Steve Lee Pace, who played Ronan in Guardians of the Galaxy. He's phenomenal. Yeah. That dude is in unbelievable shape. He's in incredible physical shape. And Jared Harris is another great actor, so I highly recommend it. So they're coming up with a third season.
I can't stand that when the series just dies. We've talked about this many times.
All right, let's do the clips. Bringing Christmas Home is about a professor of military history who teams up with an antique store owner to help track down the original owner of a historic World War II uniform and the love letters in its pockets. And in this clip, actor Paul Green talks about who always appears in every Hallmark movie he does.
Loves when I do Hallmark movies. She lives for them. And When Calls a Heart, my mom is like, it gives her something really fun to look forward to for Christmas. And she's in all my movies. My mom, she's been actually as an extra on a few, and then her pictures are in my apartment too.
Yeah. The cool conceit with this one, Preston?
Yeah.
It's a Nazi uniform.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Is there any incest in there as well?
Lots
to throw that
of,
in there?
yeah.
Watch Bringing Christmas Home on the Hallmark Channel this holiday season. You know, we had Necrophilia Friday. Could we have incest Saturday?
Well, we're not on the air.
I know,
Incest
but
Wednesdays.
It's kind of alliterative. So, all right, here we go. Not really. There's an S in incest. S sound anyway, because it's actually a C. I'm moving on.
Well, there is an S in there, too.
Okay.
C-E-S-T.
Yeah. They spelled it out one time on Sesame Street.
I remember that.
I-N-C.
All right, Journey to Bethlehem is a live-action Christmas musical adventure that weaves classic Christmas melodies with humor, faith, and new pop songs in a retelling of the story of Mary and Joseph and the birth of Jesus. In this clip, actress Fiona Palomo talks about the passion that she has for creating this movie.
The energy, I was like, what is this? How did I make it here? Like, I'm so lucky. It was this beautiful thing. Can we make this work? I could not stop sobbing, and I would run over to Adam, and I'd be like, Milo looks gorgeous. Look at what we're doing. And he was like, okay, stop crying. Makeup's going to kill me.
Yeah! Journey to Bethlehem is out in theaters now, by the way. Oh, and somebody texting in, if we want to find out where all the incest is, go to incestry.com.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I bet you there's... I don't even want to check.
I don't even want to check that.
All
right, that is the entertainment report for the morning. We got a bunch happening today. It's a Wednesday, so Fox Good Day. We will check them. Those guys in less than an hour. Secret text word, chance for you to win tickets to see Tom Segura Friday, February 2nd at the Hard Rock in AC. So text the word secret to 39333. Brian Boucher of the Flyers joining us. Mr. Skin is on the program. Our buddy, comedian Pat House will be stopping by today. So you see, we have a lot to get to. We'll go ahead and take a break now and dive into it all when we get back. So stay with us. So Ian McKellen cannot be bought. He reveals in a new interview.
to Chuck DeMacco.
In an interview with the Daily Mail,
I can't be bought.
He says that he rejected an offer to officiate Napster founder Sean Parker's wedding in character as Gandalf from Lord of the Rings.
That's a little demeaning. For how much?
$1.5 million.
I'll put the suit on now.
Damn right you will. How can you pass that up? I mean, sure, it's below you, but it's $1.5 million.
I'm afraid, how about I'll get the suit now. I'll provide my own beard.
Could you imagine? I mean,
Yes.
Jesus, everybody's got a price, right?
I'll officiate as Gandalf. I'll do the first dance as Magneto.
And I'll even do a panda bear. I'll do Kung Fu Panda if you want. I don't give a good goddamn. That's good money.
Ian says I was offered $1.5 million to marry a very famous couple in California.
Yeah, a couple.
Which I would perhaps have considered doing, but I had to go dressed as Gandalf. So I said, I am sorry, Gandalf doesn't do weddings.
Well, why not do it and then donate that money to a charity?
Listen. That's a great idea.
No, keep the money.
Okay, donate.
And donate the wedding to charity.
And no, because here's the deal. I mean, it's just the act of dressing up for you. That's the whole thing, as opposed to for an audience or for a review or something, or a piece of art.
Right.
That's where his beef is, I think. So
is the fear that if he does it for Sean Fanning, he has to do it for anybody else that has $1.5 million?
I don't know, maybe. He said, I don't go.
It is an honor for Gandalf to officiate the wedding of the situation. Many years when we first saw you and your abdominal muscles on the Jersey Shore, we were all moved with your daily ritual of gym, tan, laundry. But as time progressed, you fell in love with Sophia. And now you two shall enter into the holiest of unions.
May we have the one ring.
I'm so glad Mike D is here, and Snooki, and even Puck from an earlier TV show.
Wow. Oh, God.
That would be weird. Yeah, I could see where it'd be a little demeaning. If they make him drive, if the word was he had to literally show up in costume, or maybe they could set up a place behind the, in the alleyway.
He would have had to have been
me with my my socks on going on. Right? God damn it! Why did I agree to this? I can't get this thing that hooks in the back.
Yeah. It's like 90 degrees, and he's wearing this full robe.
My balls are swimming.
So we had a funeral to attend earlier this week, and my entire family cut the line.
Your entire family cut the line at a funeral, at a viewing?
Yeah, at a viewing, yeah. So let me just set it up for you. Let me tell you exactly what happened.
You have a decent-sized family.
Well, so it was, so hear me out.
No, I know what happened. I'm Kathy Romano.
No.
Could I get a seat closer to the coffin, please?
No. So my mom showed up right before us, and so she was in line. My mom was in line. Me, my dad, and both my brothers came a little bit later. Well, we came at the wrong time. We pulled up. The parking lot was full. The cars were on the street, down the street. The line was through the room. Out into the lobby area, down the hallway, out the door, and down the side.
So it's a hopping wake.
It was a hopping wake.
It was the wake to be at.
So it was one of my mom's.
It wasn't bougie at all.
Wasn't bougie at all.
It was one of my mom's best friends. She's been friends with this woman forever. It was her brother. So we knew him. We had met him a few times over the years. Had just recently seen him. Maybe it was a year ago or something like that. But, we were there for my mom's friend to pay our respects to her.
Show support, yes.
So you weren't even super close with this person.
Right.
You figured that you could be obnoxious.
Sure, yeah, you can cut in line.
No. So my mom was in line, and the line to get up to the family was so long. So the way the funeral home is set up, I parked out.
I'm not doing that.
No, it was not like that. No, just listen. So I parked out back, and there was a back door. So we walked through that door, and they were kind of filtering people because there were other people coming through that door. They were kind of filtering people off to the side to try to get them to go back outside and get in line. It wasn't working. There were other people that were kind of merging into the line, which we could have done that. But I looked into the room, and my Christopher goes, "Look, there's Mom," and he just beelined it. He walked directly.
Go.
And they had they had ropes set up, and because there were so many people, they were expecting a lot of people. No, it was Christopher. It wasn't me.
It's like the Wake version of Goodfellas, where she comes into the back through the kitchen, and they, what do you do for a living? I'm on radio.
So Christopher just walks right over to my mom and, says, "Hi, Mom," gives her a hug. Now, my mom is maybe 10 people away from the family, so she was right up front. She had yet to reach the casket, but she was right there.
Yeah.
And my dad, not caring about anything, just same thing. He walked over and just he went, "Excuse me," to the people behind my mom and just stepped right in front of them. So now I'm there, and I'm like, okay. And so I follow suit. I go over and I say hi. And now my mom is facing directly forward, and she's like, "I can't even look at the people behind us. I just can't." She was like,
she's mortified.
And I'm like, "I'm going to go sit in the chairs. I'm not going to wait in line so that all three of us have now, butted in line. I'm going to go sit at the chairs." So I went over, I sat at the chairs. And then when they got up to the family, I just snuck over and I got in. I said hi to my mom's friend and all of the other family members. Now we're finished. We said hi to the family, paid our respects, and we're now exiting. And they have a line set up for the people exiting. Well,
why didn't you take some flowers on the way out?
Right.
Listen, it actually gets worse.
Oh no.
So as we're leaving, when I butted in line, I went in front of my mom.
So
I was the first of my family. So I'm leaving now, and all of a sudden I see my brother Jim, and he's walking down the exit line.
He walked up the exit line.
He walked up the exit line, ran over to my mom's friend, paid his respects to the family, and then we all got out. Now we're in the lobby, and the people who were behind us the entire time.
I'm sorry, it's fantasy football night.
Right.
Who never said anything. Yeah. I see them walking out, and I'm like, we got to go. I'm like, let's go. I mean, trust me, we were all pretty embarrassed, but
you saved life.
We just didn't want to.
Really?
Khloe Kardashian has a thing for basketball players, of course, her soon-to-be ex-husband.
I just love him.
Lamar Odom starred for the Los Angeles Lakers, and now her ex-boyfriend James Harden and Rashad McCants were also NBA players, and it looks like Kardashian had hooked up with another. She was spotted vacation in Cabo San Lucas with...
Yoo-hoo.
With...
You're a cutie. What's your name? Yoo-hoo.
An avalanche starts. Porpoises are beaching themselves.
She was vacationing.
You're cute.
You're cute.
You're a cutie pie. I want to just eat you up. And I literally will eat you. I will devour your flesh and bones. In tribute to Zool.
She was in Cabo with Tristan Thompson of the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I say this with all due respect. If you have had the checkered history with basketball players that she's had, as the family's had up to this point,
right?
Maybe deviate from that a little bit.
But she needs big guys because she's a big girl.
True.
You know what I mean?
Well, then get who's the guy from Game of Thrones?
Oh, the Mountain?
The Mountain. How about that dude?
Yeah, that dude is big.
He's big.
Yeah. Thor, isn't that his name?
Oh, no.
Did you get my email about Pine Valley?
Yes, that they have. You can go walk the course.
Yeah, that Crump Cup thing that they have every year. Are you interested in doing that?
I was actually going to play the golf course.
I know, and that's
I have
why
an
I brought
invitation to it. So
Don't you want to walk it first?
Shut up, man. It is the number one golf course in the world.
In the world.
A lot of people don't realize that. Here, right across the river in New Jersey, kind of near the Blackwood area.
It's in Clementon.
It's by Clementon Park.
Right.
The number one golf course in the world. According to Golf Digest, according to Golf Magazine. Yes.
In the world?
In the world.
Right here?
Well, then, all right, dare I say the universe. Because I'm pretty sure they're not playing golf
in the
anywhere
known
else.
universe, yes. It's called Pine Valley. It's super duper, extremely exclusive.
I read that whole
Just
article
one
you
second,
sent.
if you... Just 1 second.
Okay, sure. I've been invited by somebody who knows a member there.
And don't you want to walk it first, maybe?
We were supposed to play like a month ago.
Oh!
The day before.
Oh, Steve, I got something.
The day before I was supposed to play, I got a text from them that said that there was a work emergency and I couldn't go. And
You were so excited.
I'm not even making this up. I'm not saying this figuratively. I literally was having a dream about it the night before. I was that stoked to go.
Steve,
and it hasn't come together yet. So is this the privilege approaching? Privilege.
93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. So we mentioned this in the entertainment report earlier, that the whole GMA3 couple, Amy Robach and TJ Holmes, to be honest, I didn't know who the hell they were before this story broke, but nonetheless, they apparently were, the word was they were having an affair with each other. They worked together on GMA3. And then they both bailed on their now exes and started a relationship. Well, the whether that's, they were all together or not, who knows? But the interesting part of this is that the two exes, one of them is Andrew Shue,
Yes, from
former
Melrose
actor,
Place, yeah.
and Marilee Feibig, the two exes are now dating each other.
And I asked the question when you were reporting on the story, because I think you had the same question. How often does this happen?
Yeah.
Because you have this strife, this situation going on in your life, and the other person who really knows what it's like to be going through what you're going through is the other ex.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I have, this is in my friend's neighborhood, and this was like, just a story that everybody knows about because it was so crazy. And it was actually three couples. So there were
A throuple.
Yeah. So
Were they swinging?
In this situation, the women were cheating, right? So there were two women that were cheating. They ended up getting together. I believe they got married. If not, they're still together, and they moved into one of the houses. By the way, they're all in the same neighborhood, like within a few blocks.
So
of
the
each
two
other.
women started seeing each other.
Right. And they ended up together. They moved in together. And so now there's three other couples that were involved, and a husband and wife got together, and then the other two ended up being like friends. They were not together, they were not a couple, but like got each other through this breakup.
Okay.
Wow, I'm trying to figure out exactly what happened here.
It was three
So
couples.
was it a woman and a woman?
Yeah,
and then they were cheating?
Right, and then that broke up two relationships, and then a third couple got involved. So the one husband that was left ended up with the married woman, and it was.
That's some Stephen Hawking level math involved with this.
And then the other two remained friends and got each other through the situation.
So you would ask Steve, I wonder how often this happens
Yeah.
or this is the case. And I would say that for swinging couples, this might be a little bit more commonplace.
Maybe.
They have rules, though.
Yeah, no. Well, I mean, listen, I know a man and a woman that have gotten together after their respective spouse. They all got together and they swung, and then
They broke the rules.
Well, case in that,
Well, it can happen.
I think so that's a more fluid sort of environment. I think in this case there were no indicators that these guys were swingers.
No, I know.
But I think you're probably right. That's the case. But I think in this to have.
Hey, man, swingers have feelings, too.
Yeah,
they're people too.
Exactly. They can.
Swingers are people too. Wackadoo.
Hearts can get broken in those situations.
Yeah.
So anyway, this is what I'd like to do. Throw this out to the audience. 215-263-WMMR. If you or if someone you know or a family member, whoever, you've seen a couple split up and then their exes end up getting together for whatever reason. Because, the way I think it worked in this case was these two probably somehow or another reached out to each other and said, can you believe that these two cheated on us?
I think that's exactly what happened.
What are you going through?
Yeah.
And then the next thing you know, they start, they go out for coffee. And
Because while they're saying they weren't cheating, all right, so they're saying they weren't cheating and they weren't stepping out on their respective marriages prior to this. They were working together and clearly something was happening.
Mm-hmm.
And that probably was what began the divide in both relationships. So, yeah. So exactly that, Preston, and the indicators are exactly what you said. Hey, can you believe this? Let's get together for coffee.
Marissa, is this, you're looking up...
We're getting some texts that say either Leanne Rimes or Shania Twain. It happened to something similar.
Okay.
So I'm trying to figure out who it is.
Yes, I think it was Leanne Rimes.
So Leanne Rimes and that guy, Eddie Cibrian?
Yeah.
Right?
Very good.
Yeah. And so they split, and now are their exes now together?
I don't know.
I think all their exes live in Texas, Preston.
Well, I hang my hat in Tennessee, but it's an interesting scenario and can certainly
I think there's
make things complicated.
I think you have a shoulder to cry on. I think you have, and then I think.
And let's not forget, these are all TV people, so they're all hot.
Yeah.
I mean, you have you have two, hot people get together with hot people, so they're all good looking, which makes it a little bit easier to. You still have to get along with each other, but there has to be an initial physical attraction.
And then what happens if you do, and then obviously you're still operating within the same environment, so you're going to be seeing.
Yeah,
it's like. All of that, don't crap where you eat or whatever, all those different things. You're violating all sorts of, as you said, Kathy, codes and rules.
Yeah.
Don't get your meat from the same place you get your bread.
So it is Shania Twain. It said the complicated history of how Shania Twain swapped husbands with best friend after ex cheated on her.
All right.
So I guess her best friend.
Did the best friend cheat with her ex?
I'm gonna.
That
This
would
is
be
a
the
deep
dynamic.
dive, Steve.
Okay,
but
yeah,
I'm guessing by the headline that that's what happened.
It's hard to explain these things,
right?
I'm
still working on the Kathy. That seems too.
There was.
Yeah, and they all lived in the same neighborhood. And two of the families stayed in the neighborhood and have each other's spouses, and it was nuts.
So the one that happened to my friends' neighbors, I think they were you had two separate couples, both went through a divorce, and the two ladies in that relationship ended up getting together and ended up, I think, getting married and going the distance, So, but that I don't think there was cheating involved. It was just this couple got a divorce, this other couple got a divorce. The two ladies got together, were like, because they, both went through a divorce and they were looking at each other and were like, hey,
why not?
Why not? But that's a little bit different.
Yeah.
Maybe Katie has this. Hi, Katie. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Katie?
So I actually married my high school sweetheart's college roommate. And I was dating my high school sweetheart when he went to college. He had a roommate. The four of us used to go on double dates all the time. He was also with his high school sweetheart. And then both of our respective high school sweethearts, we broke up with them and ended up getting together. And now we've been together for 16 years and married for 8.
So that's good. That is dating, though. So I'm saying this is a more casual thing. So if you're in a relationship, though, and you're going to get a divorce and you're going to go through the tumult and the tribulations involved with that, that's a big deal.
But in the dating world, it's interesting when that happens, too.
Do you think so?
If you have two couples and they're, like you're buds with them, you go and hang out, and then all of a sudden both relationships go sour,
and you swap them,
and then you just kind of swap.
Yeah,
that can
especially
be,
if it's a long-term relationship. I mean, that's like a divorce.
Yeah, we were both with our respective others for 7 and 8 years.
Oh, okay. That's a common law marriage.
You guys are still friends then, I assume?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not friends with my ex, but his high school group of friends are very incestual. And they
there comes incest again.
Close.
Yeah.
Right. They are very close, so I've seen his ex at weddings and stuff like that, and it's no big deal.
All right, no big deal then. All right.
Wow. Yeah.
Thank you, Katie. Appreciate it. We will go next to Steve. Hi, Steve. Morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
So my husband was a hair cutter, and he had two couples that came to him to get all four of them got their hair cut from him.
Okay.
They were all fooling around. The two couples were fooling around with each other, and all four people were confiding in him.
Oh my God,
dude! Hairstylist here, the best stuff, by the way.
One that knew and had to like walk on eggshells every time to figure out what he was supposed to know.
Oh my God!
And not know.
Oh my God!
Is this you, Steve? Is this our friend Steve?
Yes.
Oh, God, you have the best stories, Steve. We love you.
Steve, are the couples gay too?
No. They were neighbors. They were friends of ours. They were neighbors, and it was going on for a few years that they all were coming in, and he had to remember, like, keep his story straight of what he was supposed to know from each one of them.
Oh my God, that's like walking through a minefield.
Yeah, Steve. Did he ever accidentally slip up, but maybe didn't tip his hand completely?
No, it ended up that they found out, and they each split up, and each one went with the other partner.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay.
Wow. See, I think that there is some sort of dynamic that takes place when you are the quote unquote wounded party,
right?
In the deal that draws you to the other wounded party.
Yeah, Steve. Was there any bad blood here? Because I don't know how any one of those people could actually be pissed because of what they're also doing.
No, because there was an alcoholic in each couple, and those two got together, and so it really.
There you go.
They were meant. It was meant to be.
And they could.
Yeah,
they could buy booze in bulk and save.
Oh my God. Steve, thanks for coming out to camp out. By the way, it was great to see you.
Oh, it was great to see you guys.
All right, we'll see you later, buddy.
He's the best.
Oh my God. Yeah. So if you're. I would imagine that hairstylists, they hear all this stuff.
Especially when all four parties in this thing are going to the one guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. All right. I have Katie, who is on next. Hi, Katie. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Katie?
Well, I don't think I can top that last story. I'm pretty tame compared to that.
All good.
I was just saying that, yeah, it happens to normal, everyday people. Not me, but a family member of mine had, they'd been married for 5 years, wasn't great, found out her husband was cheating on her. And I think within a year, those two, her husband, now ex, and the other person ended up getting together. But that other person's spouse and her ended up, like you said, they talked to each other. They were consoling one another. And they've been married for probably 12 years. Both couples. And I think they're okay now, but those first 5 years were really rough because
So they kind of
my family member and her ex, they had a kid together, so it was kind of like.
Wait a minute, did they full on swap partners?
Yeah, they full on swap.
And they're all everybody's happy now?
Now they are all very happy with their lives, and they all had more kids. And
it's like being in the Baskin Robbins and saying, I think I like your flavor better.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's it. And then, this is the one for me. In a way, I guess it can work out, but it's such a bizarre dynamic.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't. But hey, I'm not in that situation.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Katie. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, let's say here's a scenario for you. You find out your spouse is cheating.
Yeah.
With another married person.
Right.
Okay. Do you go and tell the spouse of that other married person that this is going on?
It could be on the menu.
Yeah.
It would be the dynamics of the relationship are there many variables that what would you go just blow up that marriage, or do you want to try to work on it with the person that you're with? But if you're angry,
let's say you're over it.
Oh,
this is your betrayed.
Then I'm on the phone in 2 seconds. Yeah,
Because I think that's where these relationships can form.
Yeah, because then they're talking.
Yeah.
I like your voice. Let's meet for coffee.
Because you've reached out to them, you've made them aware that this is going on. Now you guys have something in common, and maybe you take it from there. I don't know.
So this is the whole Shania Twain thing. So Shania Twain was married to Mutt Lange. She had a friend named Marianne, and Marianne was married to Frederick.
Okay.
Frederick found out that Mutt Lange and Marianne were having an affair.
And so he called Shania.
Well, he approached the couple. So I guess he must have called her out, Marianne, his wife.
Yep.
And then he approached them and said, you guys have to tell Shania. So he went to the couple first and said, you owe it to her.
He told his cheating wife,
Yes.
And Mutt Lange.
It's a very noble thing to do.
You guys both have to go, or I'm going to.
Yes. And then who knows what semantics happened along the way. But Shania got sick. She was consoled by Frederick. And then they were friends. She kept denying him, but they were friends. And then she fell in love with him.
Wow.
So now they're all together.
The one who takes care of you.
I wonder if he was happy because this was his chance to take a crack at Shania.
Well, yeah, right? He probably
Let's
saw
go,
this
girls.
happening.
I have to give her a call.
By the way, what are you wearing?
Wow.
What the hell is the name of that song?
I feel like
And
a
I
woman.
feel like-
Man, I feel like a woman. There it is, yeah.
Let's go, girls.
Are you ready, philanderers?
Yeah.
I do know a couple the two couples, they broke up, so there was no real cheating involved, but the spouses did end up just kind of getting together because why not? They didn't stay together. They did not stay a couple, but they basically were like, hey, let's bang, because that's what the other two were doing.
Okay.
So they kind of just, did it as like a little, on the side.
Like an FU.
Yes, Casey, that's exactly what it was.
We all have demons, and I think when you break up in past relationships, and the person you're with is someone that you can communicate with or whatever, if it was acrimonious, you all sometimes want to compare notes and go,
That's what they were doing.
That's what they were doing.
Yep, that's exactly what
I
they were
think
doing.
it's just a natural human inquisitiveness to say, is it just me or did you notice this?
Well,
did they keep bodies in the basement too?
Well, and it probably makes them feel a little better to have somebody to talk to about it and bitch about it and,
And so that person is, in effect, making you feel better when you talk to them.
Yeah.
And then you can open up to them. And now you're like, hey,
wait a minute.
I kind of like you.
All right, let
I
me
kind
see.
of like Shania Twain.
Some of these is hard to figure out. Here's a text that says, a married couple I know, their parents got married after they died. Okay, like mom of the women and the dad of the husband. Their significant others had passed, and they ended up getting together. Kind of weird.
So they were banging the dead bodies?
No, they weren't banging the dead bodies.
That's necrophilia Friday.
Was it on Friday?
Yeah.
If it's on Friday, it's okay,
Yeah,
right?
Today is Incest Wednesday,
Come
so
on.
we're not going to go there.
Check your day planner.
Here's another one that says, my bestie's sister wound up marrying the ex-husband of the woman her husband was cheating with.
There you go.
Yeah, that's
There
it.
you go.
Yeah,
that's the
it.
dynamic.
And the cheaters are still together, too. So
Yeah.
that's from April. So,
Listen, sometimes it works out.
I wonder if that, in this dynamic here, so take the Amy Robach, TJ Holmes, Andrew Shue, and the other. What if, when they see this starting to happen, they start to go, hey.
Wait,
hang
Hey.
on. Have you guys ever heard this phrase before? I never have. Somebody text in and says, a shoulder to cry on turns into a hot dog to ride on.
Never heard that,
hilarious.
but I like that. I think that's from Shakespeare, is it not? Yeah.
Okay. Crap, I forget what I was going to
I'm
say.
sorry,
Oh, I
Case.
wonder if I'm sure this has happened that like when you go from hurt feelings to like gratitude.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, well, hang on a second. If these two scumbags never did this, then
We would never, exactly.
Right.
So that's another dynamic. I
Yeah.
mean, there's like 4,000 different things that can come from this case.
I wonder if people can come to terms with that case, and you would hope so. That
Yeah.
over time
Some
you would
can,
go, you know
some
what,
can't.
this
Yeah.
ended up being better for us, or you just still hate the fact that that person betrayed you, did something terrible to you, even though your life is better for it. You know what I mean?
Listen, once you've keyed their cars and once you've thrown Pringles cans full of crap on their lawn, then you
feel better.
Yeah.
then I think we're even.
Okay. Let me go to Brittany. Hi, Brittany. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Britt?
So I have a great story. My father's parents, his dad worked at a company and had a really great friend who was married, and his wife became ill. My grandmom started taking care of the woman, ended up passing, and then my grandmother and the other gentleman became friendly, a little more too friendly, I assume. Grandparents got divorced. Grandmom got married to new grandpop and lived happily ever after. Then, I guess after some feelings settled down, my grandfather came to all of our family functions. So that's what I remember as a child is my grandfather at the house of his ex-wife,
Okay.
who they shared 6 children with. Good old Catholic family.
and it would be one happy family for all the holidays.
So did your dad, to complete this, the way we're dealing with here, did he ever exhume the body?
Dude, he knew it was coming.
Well, right?
On a Friday.
On a Friday, and have sex with it.
With it.
Gross.
You don't have to answer that.
Okay,
Brady.
just curious.
Just curious.
Just to match it to the dynamic of the conversation.
But even after that, you guys could still, everybody could get together and it was okay.
Yeah, it was fine. My whole childhood, all I remember is all of the grandparents all together, all of their children, because my father was one of 6.
Yeah.
My step-grandfather had 3 children, and everybody got together. Of course, once they passed, there was some feelings amongst the children of who should get what, and that all comes up.
Yeah, but whenever the grandkids would leave the room, it was, I hate you.
I hate you more than anything in the world.
I hate you. I hate you more than anything in this damn world. Thank you, Brittany.
Yeah, I'm sure, Brittany, that things weren't as copacetic as perhaps you thought they were. You know, as a child, you don't necessarily need to be brought in on all of the family
we had
drama.
an ex that always came to, it wasn't like, oh my gosh, this is all fine, but she was at every single holiday, and she was my uncle's ex, and she never remarried, and that her kids were always, who were my cousins, were at our holidays, so she was always invited to come, and
So
she
your
did.
uncle, so what I'm saying here is, like, the situation there is a little bit different when she ended up with this other woman's husband. Do you know what I mean? Like, whatever.
Yes, that was the same situation.
It was
it wasn't cheating,
okay.
but it was. This woman had no relation to us,
Right,
And she
right.
was always invited back to the holidays.
In all these dynamics, eventually you just let it go. Hopefully you can get to a place where you let it go. What's it going to benefit?
Yeah.
They dug the body up. They did what they did to it.
Get over it.
Just let it go.
Let it go.
Oh my God.
So I got this is a message that I got from somebody. So there were 2 couples. One couple married, has kids. Other couple married, doesn't have kids. They swap, and now they were all friends, but everybody's friends with them on social media, and so the 2 couples that swapped, their family pictures are with the same 3 kids.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's wow.
They've just got like these prop kids that they move from
family to family.
to family.
What is this, part of the app, these kids?
You can copy and paste the kids in your photo.
Wow.
Instant family.
It gets funky, man. That can be very, very confusing. So, but this is apparently happening. So, how far this goes, I don't know. So, Amy Robach and TJ Holmes from GMA3, they split from their significant others, and now those significant others are seeing each other. Andrew Shue and Marilee Feibig. So, we'll see how that.
Hey, excuse me, Holmes.
We'll see how that plays out. Is this a text, Maria? You want me to read?
Yeah, it's a cute one.
I was homesick in bed, and my boyfriend at the time went out and ended up banging some loose woman at a bar. I found out, dumped his ass, and then sought out the loose woman's boyfriend via Instagram. He was upset but appreciative. We ended up following each other on Instagram and still to this day follow one another and keep in touch, like each other's posts. And this went down 8 years ago. He's married to someone else and has kids now, doing well. We didn't end up dating, but I like to believe we both ended up better off without those cheating idiots.
Yeah.
Well, you got a friend out of it. So.
Certainly.
I missed that part of the text message. It was broken up. I thought they ended up together.
No, they did not end up together. So, all right. Well, anyhow, thank you for sharing. We do appreciate that. I want to go ahead and take a break. We're going to do a little stop on Fox Good Day in a moment or two, and we have the bizarre file. But a reminder, we have a secret text word. Tom Segura is headed to Atlantic City on February 2nd, and we have tickets to give away for that show. Text the word secret to 39333, and we will see if you win by the end of the program. So we'll come back in just a sec, hang out for a little bit. We'll be right back.
Privilege. Privilege, 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 privilege.
Steve was showing me a video this morning. The Paralympics are going on right now.
They're fascinating to watch.
I saw two things the other day. I saw, Nick showed me a volleyball player who's 8 feet tall, and he just sit on the ground and play volleyball, but he's an 8-footer, so he's got a bit of an advantage.
Yeah, basically he's taller than the net.
Yeah, and then I saw a guy in an archery competition with no arms.
Yeah.
So he holds the bow and pulls the bowstring back with his feet.
And that requires a good amount of strength.
Crazy amount of strength. I don't know what pound-pull bow he was using, but just to position yourself that way is pretty wild. So it got me thinking, us as non-amputees or people born without limbs, are there things that you ever try to do without using your hands or your arms?
Hey, wait a second.
Yeah, Casey found a cup that he can shove in his mouth.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you could drink from that?
Yeah, so and it's actually really hard because you need air to get in there in order, like, you know how, like,
that's what I was thinking.
The old high C things, you would have to have 2 holes in the top so it would
to let air flow.
Yeah.
But also, you generally, to swallow, you need to close your mouth, right?
Yeah.
Do you?
So it's not that
I can't
easy.
open it around and go. Kathy, you can do that. Oh, Max has it. Max can do it. He's got a huge cup in his mouth, too.
Yeah, this is probably...
Yeah, there you go. Now, say something.
Not quite.
We used to scream into cups.
I got a little light
A broadcaster died during a morning show. This is all well and good, but we have yet to see you actually drink from that cup.
What is it?
Okay, I got a little bit grossed out because the
It's
water,
a urine color, isn't it?
It is, but you know what?
Piss?
Was that apple juice?
No, it's water, but no, it's whiskey. This whole time, guys, I've been drinking whiskey. No, it's water, but I had coffee in there first, so it's a discolored water.
Okay.
Let's see it.
That's my story. I'm sticking to it. All right, with no hands.
All right, so Casey has placed
Let's
it
get this on video.
Yeah.
on a tray in front of him.
All right.
And he is now leaning down. He is putting his mouth around it, not using hands at all. See, he's trying to.
That's too big.
See, he can't use his hands to put the cup in his mouth either. You know, go ahead and just.
You have to do it without using your hands.
But no. Okay.
Well, I could do it with this one.
All right, use the different cup.
Oh,
he needs a little bit smaller cup. You're going to drink all that, you think?
I don't know. We'll find out.
All right.
It's been a long time, Preston. I'm kind of out of practice.
Am I in the splash zone? All right, so he's now putting his mouth around it. He's trying to. I think he needs a little assistance from his hands.
Do you need a little slow jazz?
No, here we go.
What?
He's gonna wrap his mouth around it, and all right, here we go. I want to see this. It's around his mouth. He's throwing his head back. Oh my god! Oh my god! He's doing it.
Gross.
He did it.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
Good job.
That is disgusting.
It is, right?
Yeah.
You have to, Jen, you're just pouring it down your maw. You're not, there's no swallowing, right?
No. I mean, you have to glug a little bit.
Yeah.
Your
But,
maw.
you know, but I guess I was maybe a little bit wrong in my initial. I probably did have to use my hands in the beginning.
So Casey has been, he's had a particular brand of yogurt.
I eat Chobani yogurt. I get it. I have it every day. It's just it's my breakfast.
Your
It's what I
yogurt.
have.
It's what makes you you.
Yeah, and
And I eat Chobani yogurt too. I do.
But what's the other brand?
Dannon makes a yogurt called Oikos, which
Oikos. That's it. Okay.
Which I prefer. It's a little bit creamier. So I brought some Oikos yogurt in this morning. I asked hey, have you ever had a chance to try that Oikos yogurt yet?
Because you've recommended it.
Well, here's the first great part about this is that Casey asks as if he's never asked before.
No.
Which I think is what bothers Preston.
He's asked me several times.
You really have to understand the intentions behind my question because it was a brand new yogurt that I have not eaten yet with a spoon that I have not used yet. So the question really was. It's
now or never.
I was going to offer him some.
He wants you to try this yogurt so bad.
I asked him. I said, "Oh, have you ever had the chance to try that yogurt yet?" And then he responds. He's like, "No, you asked me that like a year ago." And
No, he said you've been asking me for a year.
That's what he said.
So,
Because it's been a number of times, and so finally.
I sensed some irritation on your part.
Total irritation.
So then the irritation comes to me because I literally, including today, have asked him twice. So he's like, you've been asking me for a year.
No.
I literally have asked him two times.
You have, Casey, it's been... This was not the second time. It's been many times that you've at least... No, you haven't asked me to try it, but you've certainly said, man, I this stuff. This is really bad. I used to have Chobani, but this is what I eat, and I like it better.
All right, Preston.
I'm like, okay, that's cool, good.
Agree to disagree.
Whatever. And then finally I go, look, it's at Wawa. Chobani is at the Wawa I go to. That's why I get it. And I just explain it. I just let it all spill out like that. I'm like, this is why I get it. I have my one stop in the morning. This is why I pick up. It's my ritual. It's what I have.
The nerve had been laid bare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Right,
With a little more attitude.
and this is right
lot more
before
attitude.
we're going to...
He was super douchey about it, right? Right, for a simple question. I was just asking about yogurt, and he was a total a-hole about it.
See, this is
I'm
the
tired of it.
This is the husband and wife dynamic, and then Casey had to do a live spot, and he put his headphones on, and after you put your headphones on, Casey goes, I can't say anything.
I can't ask many questions, and that's how I feel sometimes.
But at this point, you'd think that you would catch on. He doesn't take well to these things after 4 times of asking.
But do you feel he was sending you a sort of trying to suggest that you were not doing something that you were
Maybe
Yes.
subliminally,
you
I
felt that
get that.
He
I
suggested you were doing something wrong by not trying the yogurt.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
I can't say definitively
Do you
that I feel that
understand
way,
that,
but
Casey?
maybe on a core sense, maybe that's it. And you've tried to get me to do something several times, and I haven't done it, and it's time for you to go. Okay, well,
Now,
I don't
can
need
you
to do
s-
that anymore.
Can you see?
Why is yogurt so goddamn important to you?
Can you see that Casey is one who loves to share the joys that he experiences with everyone, and that for him it's important that he give you this gift of an extra creamy yogurt?
He eats yogurt every day.
Okay.
He's almost every day.
Casey, how does it make you feel that Preston was seemingly rebuffing your suggestion that he try the creamier yogurt?
So for me, Steve,
Yeah.
it goes beyond the yogurt. All right.
It's indicative of a usual-
It could have been anything.
Okay.
It could have been a piece of music. It could have been yogurt. It could have been
Music about yogurt.
Music's another thing.
A restaurant. It could have been anything. So he takes this tone with me a lot of times, and it's hurtful. It's hurtful. It's hurtful. It's hurtful. It's hurtful. It's hurtful.
Listen, I've actually heard through the grapevine there's some issues going on here.
That there's some issues going on here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Between you two. Oh yeah, it's countrywide. you
Between
guys.
me and Casey.
Crazy.
The yogurt.
The yogurt. Well, yeah, because I received your letter, Casey.
He got a letter.
So yeah, Casey actually sent me a letter. It's actually a fake letter from Casey, but it
And he
sounds
writes,
like this.
"Dear Casey."
Yes.
It said, Robert, please allow me to. Dear Robert, if Greeks invented yogurt, then they also invented a broken heart. Well, you see, I recently noticed that Preston has been eating Chobani yogurt every morning for breakfast. But because I care deeply for Preston, I tried to turn him onto a much creamier, much healthier, better tasting Oikos yogurt. Well, my best intentions have sent our relationship into a spiral. And yes, we operate a mixing board together. But we're just going through the motions. Help us put our passion back in our relationship and into our mixing board.
Wow.
Yeah. So actually that came from Steve. Thank you very much. But it sounded good. It sounded good.
I was aware of everything going on here. So
yes. So what's going on, guys? I mean,
well, do you want to? Shall you retire to the set? There is
Yes,
a
let's
Robert
go- yes, let's
Irvine
go over.
show
You know what?
set
I like
right in
this.
place
The set's
here.
much
Oh, you
better.
got to be kidding.
No. All right. So Robert, you actually picked up on it. You know what the story is. There has been this tension because these guys are actually the best of friends. However, there are certain issues that were spelled out to you, and you do what you do best. And I've seen some of the clips of.
So let's talk about this. You're upset that he's using Chobani, right? And you like the other one. So you wanted him to try yours. So here's what I want you to do. Look at each other. And I want you to tell him that you like Chobani or you love Chobani yogurt more than you love him.
Wow. I can't do that.
Very good. Now I want you to look at him and say you love your yogurt more than you love him.
I can't do that either.
Wow.
I think we just had a breakthrough,
We
guys.
did. Here, I want you to feed him your yogurt. It's all about breaking. We're breaking now.
Here comes the airplane.
Okay.
Now,
what do you taste there?
tastes love.
Great. Now you take your yoga and do the same thing to Preston.
All right, here comes the train.
What do you taste?
It is a little creamier. I will give you that case.
Breakthrough number 2.
Because I don't have any bitterness involved anymore. Well,
but here's the
that's
thing.
clouding my taste buds.
See, okay, so the last time you were gonna not like it as much, regardless.
I kind of tore through that little container, 5 and 3.3 ounces.
Okay.
Very quickly, but now that I've tasted it, it's pretty good.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
This is called compromise.
Mm-hmm.
When we're in a relationship for 18, 20 years, whatever the number is, compromise. You have to listen to each other. But when people get on your nerves, like him,
yes.
When they get on your nerve, you have to have more patience. It's like being in marriage. Look at him. He's upset visibly now.
Compromise and patience.
Wow.
I don't think that I am saying, hey, you need to experience this. You really need to do this. You really and after a couple times I try it and I get a cue from him that he's not interested, then I will back off of that.
Right.
That's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we got a couple of minutes before we go on a Fox Good Day, but I wanted to read this email. This is from Kenny James, and he writes, Hey, Presbo. Today, I start my clear liquids diet for my procedure tomorrow when I'll be getting my first colonoscopy and endoscopy. And he said, while I'm incredibly nervous about the procedure as well as what they may find, I wanted to thank you and the crew and Dr. Mike as well. I wouldn't be doing this if not for you all. Unfortunately, I haven't been well, and they are looking for the worst. But obviously, I'm feeling a little scared. Anyway, I just wanted to say thank you guys for inspiring me to take charge of my health care. You guys are the best friends I've never met, and I love you all so much. Have a great day, everyone. That's from Kenny James. So hang in there, man. I mean, yeah, hopefully it'll just be routine. And the procedure itself is pretty routine.
It is pretty routine.
You won't even know what happened, and that's a good thing. And hopefully it'll all be clear, and you'll be good to go. But listen, and we, as Dr. Mike would say, you know, or I don't know if he would say this, but I've heard the phrase, in the end, all you have is your health.
Yep.
So you really do need to take care of yourself. I have family members that have neglected and not gone to the doctor. I'm like, why not? Go. Especially if you have insurance and that's covered, you should use that, and you should keep an eye on what's going on with your body. You need to know these things.
Yeah, absolutely. And then if you can, do the other things as well. You know, eat well and exercise. And
most definitely.
Maintenance, all that stuff, you know, in addition to going to the doctor.
But don't be afraid to go to the doctor because they are there to help. It's what they do. Yes. Oh, Marissa's saying 1 minute.
Okay.
Marissa
Double duty today.
I forgot. Yeah, Marissa's on the mic for Nick, who's out today. And he went to see Dr. Mike because he's not doing well, but he's on the mend. But so Marissa's in here, and when we're getting ready for Fox Good Day, she gives me these hand signals,
right,
as far as the time goes on. But we also use hand signals to say I have something to say, and I saw her finger go up. I'm like, wait, what do you want?
Yeah,
I'm in the middle of talking about colonoscopy.
I want to kiss you.
I want to kiss you. Yeah.
Really?
I want to kiss you.
You want to kiss me?
So we'll be going on Fox Good Day in less than a minute. A reminder, though, that Marissa will be helming the Bud Light Thursday night kickoff tomorrow night. J.D. McGillicuddy's in Manayunk from 7 to 9. And $10 Bud Light pitchers, $20 Bud Light buckets, and tickets to give away for the Christmas Day game.
Going back to your old stomping ground.
I was going to say that. I thought you'd make fun of me, Kathy.
They're playing the Giants. That's courtesy of Bud Light. You have to be present twin, 21 and older to get in on that. And there's going to be free MMR and Bud Light Kelly Green shirts. So that's tomorrow night, J.D. McGillicuddy's. The music means we're going on. Here we go.
Oh, Preston and Steve, I don't know if you saw this survey or not, but this is something. Us men, we're just full of gall. They did a survey of thousands of men, and half of us said that we think we could land a passenger plane if there was an emergency. Even though we have no flight training, we think we could land the plane. Preston, come on.
Pretty sure I can do it.
Okay.
I kid you not, Mike. I have thought about this many times. If I were called to task, I think I can. Now, I don't just know how to operate all this machinery. I would need someone to talk me through it.
That's the delineation.
But I think I could do it.
Well, if you're being talked through it, can anyone then?
Well,
they would say,
Isn't it just holding the
Not
thing and
everybody.
pressing buttons if someone's talking you through it?
all you need to know is your steering and which button do you push to flap the wings.
That's it.
okay.
That's it.
I suppose I could have you flip a switch to put it in
Autopilot.
Autopilot.
You still need to land it.
Yeah, they don't have-
Autopilot
they-
doesn't land
They
it.
don't have auto land
So
on those things.
they just had, was it a guy or was it in the news?
Yes,
She
recently.
was talked through a landing, and if you have, if it also depends. Are you dealing with a commercial jetliner, or are you dealing with a Piper Cub or a Cessna or something? There's the big difference.
The guy in Florida, it was just a twin-engine Cessna,
Right.
I think. I mean, this survey is talking about a 737.
Oh yeah, no, I'm talking about an Airbus. I'll bring it in.
Yeah.
now.
Oh, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean,
Yep.
you've driven a tractor, so you know.
I have some experience. No, I've had the opportunity to be in a few interesting aircraft and take the controls. I was in went up with the Blue Angels. That was pretty amazing and got to fly that. But and also my wife's uncle has a Cessna, and I got to fly that and bring that almost to the landing. He took over right at the very end.
There you
But
go.
I've always, for some reason, I've always
Maverick.
thought that I might be able to do it if talked through it. I think I could make it happen.
You really believe this?
Yeah.
Do you think you could?
Oh my God!
Could you suss it out without any direction whatsoever?
No.
Land that
Those things are so insanely complex.
But they are so automated. And Preston's right. If those systems are on, I think again, if you're talked through it, you have the confidence. My thing has always been if you've ever locked your keys in your car, you should not be a pilot. So, and I have, so I probably should.
Okay. What about the other fellas then?
Well, Nick
Case?
isn't there.
Yeah.
I wanted to make sure.
Case,
we
what do you
knew
think?
She was in
Oh,
today.
she didn't text me.
Hi,
Thanks for
Marissa.
passing the message.
Well, I did say it to you, but you just didn't listen.
Ah.
Marissa.
Hi.
Hi.
What about Casey Boy then?
There's no chance in hell I could do that. No.
Really?
No. Not if I was talked through it. Not if somebody actually controlled my body. There's no way I could do it. No, it's just there are too many bells and whistles.
What about perform open heart surgery? If
I
talked
could
through
do
it?
that in a heartbeat.
There we go.
I could do that. Too.
Yeah. What about you, Mike? What about you?
Well, I often have my hand on the joystick, but
And that's where it ends.
It's the obvious. Yeah. It's a soft landing.
Now, thanks, guys.
Oh, okay.
They're the ones getting in trouble this week.
See you guys. Yep. Yep. No, I've always thought that I would be able to do it if given instruction.
Do you want to try it?
Could handle.
No.
I would like to
Cannons?
try it.
Kathy.
I would like to try
What?
it.
Kathy, if all of us were on a plane and we needed somebody to land it, and you had to pick the person,
Oh,
who would you pick?
I would open the door and jump out.
Because none of us are coming back alive.
It's funny. I've actually sat in my car, and as I'm getting ready to go, I look at all the things that I have to do. Okay, and I put the air conditioning on, get the radio set, blah blah blah. I'm like, checking the rearview mirror, making sure that I'm like, I could fly a jet.
It's the same thing.
But the thing you need to know is, as the pilot, though, you need to know all the mechanical controls and everything that happens in the electrical systems and the hydraulic systems, and it's extremely complex. But the actual physical flying part of it, the using the yoke and everything that comes with it, is fairly basic.
Right.
And but now, getting the proper speed and landing and all that stuff is really complex.
That's where the pilots are working.
Yes.
Have you ever used the what was used to be the program is all the rage? I tinkered around with it. Microsoft.
I forgot the name of it.
Yeah.
I mean, the freaking
Flight simulator.
The 9/11.
Yeah,
guys
they trained on
learned
it.
to fly through that.
Didn't Kyle work on planes?
Yes.
Like I wonder.
He was in the Air
somebody-
Force.
He was
Okay,
known as the singing mechanic.
So and Kyle, you never flew one, right? No. So I wonder if somebody like that who knows all the aspects that go into it, like if he's working, like could he
I don't
land
know.
the plane?
Kyle,
Kyle?
thumbs up or down if you could if you were talked through it. Thumbs down, he said.
Do you
All
think
right.
any of these guys could land it if they needed to?
No.
No, he said no.
No, he worked out. He knows
That was
how
a
much
hard
machinery
no.
are in those things. Yeah.
Now I want to try it.
Yeah.
I want to prove you guys
Let's
wrong.
do it.
I
We
think I
have
could
we
do
have a
it.
parking lot.
Isn't in Bill's retirement, he's going to fly a little bit more,
He's
right?
taking
Is that what
flying
he said?
lessons.
So maybe you could go with him when he's a pilot.
We know you could have flown with a number of different carriers today. We appreciate you picking Bill Weston Airlines.
Could you imagine if
No soup.
If one day we get on a flight and that's the voice we hear from the cockpit.
Santa's
got to go.
But I have flown. I've flown. I've operated aircraft before, even a helicopter one time. That was pretty odd. That's difficult. Yeah. All right. We need to do the B file. So why don't we go ahead? We ready?
Yeah.
Let's go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, this morning it is brought to you by Lehigh Valley Restaurant Group. They've got holiday gifts all wrapped, and you give the gift of yum with a $25 Red Robin holiday gift card and get a $5 bonus buck reward for you now through December 31st. That's Red Robin Yum. All right, an Erie lawyer's admission that he was high on cocaine at a client's court hearing in 2022 is only part of the problem with his ability to practice law, according to the state office that investigated the attorney misconduct. Also alarming, the office said that the lawyer, Nathaniel Strasser, argued at a disciplinary hearing that being under the influence of cocaine makes him a better attorney.
Yeah, keeps him sharp.
The office called Strasser's assertion absurd and has recommended his law license be suspended for at least a year and a day.
I call it brain powder.
So the process is expected to take months as they're going through this and to find out what the disciplinary measures will be. Strasser, a lawyer since 2007, had been representing himself in the case. He acted on it as his own lawyer before at the hearing. The panel found that Strasser's use of cocaine violated the rules of professional conduct for lawyers in Pennsylvania.
Before I present my final argument, I'm going to do a rail of coke.
He was working as a part-time assistant public defender for Erie County and was representing a woman who was charged with driving under the influence. And a Pennsylvania state trooper noticed Strasser's dilated pupils and his very hyperactive, fidgety behavior and reported the suspected cocaine use.
Wow.
Strasser admitted at the disciplinary hearing that he had used cocaine ahead of the preliminary hearing.
Our lawyers will fight for you because we're all using cocaine.
Strasser unsuccessfully argued that the hearing panel had no evidence that his use of cocaine on the day of the preliminary hearing hurt his ability to represent his client.
It's not like it's illegal.
He likened cocaine to caffeine on steroids. And he told the disciplinary panel that in small doses, cocaine can make the user more alert and attentive and have a positive effect on someone's cognitive ability.
Your Honor, you're not seeing the bigger picture here.
Yeah. And he said, I am not proud of having cocaine in my system. It's not good, but it does not rise to the level of a violation. So that is...
How about whippets?
That is his argument. Yeah. A York, Pennsylvania man is facing charges after he shot a woman that he had hired to urinate on him.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. Police received a call from a woman who reported someone had shot at her vehicle while she was in the Days Inn and Suites parking lot.
I'm dissatisfied with your service.
The woman, Brittany Abozadi, told police that she had been at the Days Inn to meet a man who had paid her $300 to urinate on him in the hotel bathroom. She told police that afterwards she was on her cell phone in her car when the man she met approached her car, banged on the window, and began to yell at her. Abozadeh said that she noticed the man holding a handgun and began to drive away when he shot her car. She told police she watched the man run back to the hotel room 1:30. Police say they knocked on the door, but no one answered. Official documents show that police made contact with the management, who told police that the room was rented out to David Butts.
David Butts.
Of Harrisburg. You would think he would have wanted her to poop on him.
Right, with that name.
But police were able to contact Butts, who said he was in Harrisburg. Butts confirmed that he had met with the woman. He told police that he'd noticed his wallet was missing after she left the room. And he went outside to confront her. He saw her pull something dark from under her seat. He told police that he was afraid she had a weapon, and he panicked, but he didn't recall shooting his gun. Police did note a bullet hole on the passenger side of the back door, a frame of Abozadeh's car, and a bullet casing in the parking lot. Butts told police that he found his wallet in the parking lot after she drove away.
There's an unseemly side to the world of people who are paid to pee on you.
Yes. So they have eventually found the gun and all of that, and he is facing a bunch of charges in the incident. All right, Kathy, these next two stories are for you.
Okay, great.
A baby owl was found nestled inside of a Lexington, Kentucky family's Christmas tree.
Oh, my God.
Which was fully decorated inside their home at the time. Michelle White said, I was shocked. I was so stunned. The baby owl was discovered blending in with the branches and going undetected for 4 days. She said, I have 3 dogs. We use this room nonstop. Watch TV. The kitchen's right there. No indication. So the guy who was cleaning her carpet, Bobby Hayes is his name, and he spotted the owl while cleaning the home's carpets while the family was away. He said it was literally sitting on a lower limb. Hayes said after plugging in a piece of equipment, he noticed a tree swaying and the owl on the prowl. Said it crawled up the tree a little further. It took me several minutes to even find it. He was able to grab it and send a picture to White. She thought he was kidding, but he wasn't. And she said, if I was there, I would have left the house. The owl could have stayed without me. I was not coming home.
Who's Charlie?
Without injuring the baby bird, Hayes released the owl into the family's backyard.
You know, my cousin is petrified of owls. Like,
Oh, really?
This would be her worst nightmare.
I think they're adorable. Well, that one was for your cousin. This one's for you.
Okay, thank you.
A Texas woman had an early holiday surprise when she found a possum hiding in the branches of her Christmas tree.
There you go.
Oh,
There you go.
my God. No.
It's a possum Christmas.
A video posted to TikTok shows the possum hiding inside the adorned tree inside the woman's home. She said
I would honestly, I would have to grab my cats, my kid, and just
your passports.
My passports.
And just leave the country.
And I would just be, you know what? Let's put this house up.
She said in a follow-up video that she does not know how the animal got inside her home as no doors had been left open. She said she heard noises after arriving home from work, but initially thought they were coming from one of her 3 dogs or cat. She eventually got up to investigate the sounds and saw a, quote, long rat tail sticking out from her tree.
You love that tail. That's your favorite part of the possum.
So the woman donned rubber gloves and attempted to pull the animal from out of the tree, but it was clinging tightly to the branch.
God, I would die.
She was able to pull it free, but it broke from her grasp, and then it ran under the couch.
Oh, my God. Oh, God. No,
Eventually,
no.
the owl pointed to where it was.
The animal fled from the furniture
It's
item.
under the couch. It's under the couch.
It fled from furniture item to furniture item until the woman was able to, quote, tackle him like an NFL football player.
Wow.
What kind of person is this?
The woman said the possum, which she was able to carry outside, was not mean or aggressive during the encounter, just skittish.
Merry Christmas.
And she said, as an animal lover, I probably would have kept it if it didn't smell so horrid. So
it's adorable, Kathy.
I thought you would love that one.
That is a horrible story. That is nightmarish.
Is the last one in the bizarre file for you. I got more goodies. We'll get to them in part 2 later on. We're going to take a break. When we get back, our friend Brad Boucher.
Yeah.
Talk to him about the Flyers alumni game coming up. We have a few other guests joining us too. Stay put.
It keeps going and going and going. And it's just what you do, you know. I mean,
Well, you got to learn to let that go. If he doesn't go with yoga after
the yogurt
10
thing.
weeks,
See,
I mean, you got to give it up.
But the yogurt thing.
Or whatever. It doesn't have to be yoga.
So I thought he was over exaggerating, you know,
like a little chihuahua.
How in his face I was about the yogurt.
Okay.
He said I've been asking him for like a year, and I felt like maybe I only asked him a couple of times. And I thought the most hurtful part was I had actually was going to let him try some of the yogurt because I knew, and it was just like The Departed. He didn't see it, so I brought it in for him, and I gave him the DVD because I thought, hey, this brought me joy.
That's like you saying to him, hey, you didn't listen to me. Here, watch it now.
Right.
So now you're telling him what to do.
Right.
And he feels confronted.
Now you've like
all right. Now
alienated.
I'm seeing it. Now I'm seeing it from your perspective.
May I jump in here, Robert?
Yeah,
because
course.
I think also in a case they both love each other and they have things that excite them and they want the other to experience that, but they can't communicate on how to get. They feel that they are less because the other hasn't embraced something that excites them.
So
is that correct?
All right, and here's the other part of it all. We have the peanut gallery. Okay, so Preston said what he said, and then my feelings got hurt, and maybe I said something so he couldn't hear because his headphones were on. But
what did he say?
I didn't hear it.
You guys remember?
Anything. Well, I can't say anything.
And
blah,
then
blah, blah.
I made sure you knew that.
And then
yes, you did. Yeah.
So then,
right, legging on from Kathy over there. Yeah.
This thing that just would have went away, right? I would have had hurt feelings for about 30 seconds, and it would have went away, got brought up on the air, and became a bit without either of us really approving it or intending it or anything.
So you have to respect each other's piece. If you have something you want to say, and you're in a peanut gallery situation, then write it down.
So, and then there's another
write
part
it
of
down.
This.
That's a good way to do it.
There's another part of this that, so after the show was over, our relationship was a little fractured. There were some hurt feelings. I knew I hurt his feelings, and he knew he hurt mine. He apologized, and we were about to talk it out. And then Matt Rovine, with his giant bushy eyebrows, came in and ruined everything.
And then you never said anything
because I didn't want to drum it back up.
I was kind of hurt by that.
I know. So
did Rovine say something about the yogurt?
No, he had a feral animal caught in one of his eyebrows, and he was looking for help.
So now that it has been brought back up again, because I didn't want to beat a dead horse, right?
Yep.
So now that it has been brought back up again, Preston.
What?
I called you a couple of names that day. I apologize. I said you were being a dick.
Uh-huh.
And I said you were being a douche. And I thought that was harsh. And it was where my hurt feelings speaking.
Okay.
And that was not me. And I apologize.
That's pretty bold of him. That's pretty.
That's good.
Okay,
We're making breakthroughs. Right.
Yeah.
Stand up and give each other a hug.
All right. Let's feed each other some yogurt. Love you, man.
There you are. That was simple, right? If you communicate well together, don't listen to the peanut gallery because they're always going to throw in.
Sometimes he is a dick.
Ouch. So I think Kathy's on the bench next.
Yes, yeah. Well, Robert,
we got to have a complete reach right here.
Robert has it's a good thing, and because you're reticent to think of a friendship in terms of like the same dynamics that would be in a marriage, but there's very similar things going on, correct?
Exactly the same, and it's the same when you have kids. These are the kids, right? In the room, because they'll throw things and they'll test the parents. So Kathy will go on your side and say, "Well, he's a douche" or whatever, and they will just wind it up because they're fun. They've been with you guys for a long time.
Yeah.
But friendship is about communication, just like marriage.
Yes.
About trust, communication. And if you have something to say, you should actually say it to each other, not in front of other people.
Right.
And don't say anything when you're angry. Write it down, put it under somewhere, go away, calm down, then pull it out. And if you still feel the same as what you wrote on that piece of paper, then confront it when you're calmer.
What makes you an expert? Your years as a chef?
Life.
Did you feel a certain weirdness, Preston, after that?
Well, yeah, I brought it on myself because I thought more about what he said, and then I started to I clammed up. I also have been kind of coming down on myself a little bit about being aware of how I interact with other people and the things that I say, and I want to be more cautious about it. I don't think I'm an outright jerk to people, but sometimes I'll say something and forget that it's just my opinion and that, it's not necessarily the right opinion.
Yeah.
So I need to kind of watch it, except for bitches like Kathy.
Oh, my God. I think I agree with you on that.
Everyone has an opinion, and don't choose who you are. That's what makes you are.
I mean, if there's something that can bring us all together.
Yes. Right.
Yeah.
Our hatred for Kathy.
Right.
I just can't believe this is happening, and this is like really you guys are
See,
being
Kathy,
serious.
what you didn't realize, it's all about you, not these guys.
We both tried Bonnie. We both tried the Oikos.
And I just brought another one. Actually, it didn't. Marissa did. I just brought one. Just for you to try.
Stonyfield.
Yeah. Okay. Try something different.
Are you saying that this is perhaps a yogurt they can both love together?
Yes. And I want them to interlock arms when you do this. There you go.
Like this.
It's beautiful. And so the healing begins.
What do you think about that?
No. Yeah, look, we agree.
Yeah. The enemy of my enemy.
I noticed a few things.
I
did.
Down a dark alley, across a field. Look over there. He does. He's Preston Elliott, the noticer. Noticing so you don't have to. And yes, this will be a lot like the
Yeah.
but just a different introduction.
Cuddling a kitten.
Cuddling a kitten?
Yes. Makes you feel better, but it could be dangerous to your health. Dr. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention in the U.S. conducted a large-scale survey of the cat-borne bacterial disease cat scratch fever.
Oh.
Yes.
Which is legit. The doctors have warned that hands should always be washed after touching cats and to avoid kissing felines where possible.
Sorry. Make out with them all the time. In fact, I brush my teeth with their tails.
The disease is spread when you are scratched by an infected cat, hence cat scratch fever, or when you don't wash your hands and touch your mouth after stroking an infected cat.
You have to be careful of anything like that, And
well, we're talking about people kissing their chickens.
Kissing your goddamn chicken.
And getting salmonella,
I'll kiss a kitten before I kiss a chicken, and yes, that's on my bumper sticker. I kiss chickens and I vote. I will not be overlooked.
Need to have those made.
Cat owners should also be careful about their animals' interaction with stray cats where possible. However, the disease is relatively rare, where the survey finding that annual incidence was...
Survey says...
come on, man.
Give him a break.
I'm just,
I'm just a kitten-loving man.
One of those days. All right, so anyhow, they found that an annual incidence was 4.5 outpatient diagnosed...
Chicken kisser. Number one answer on the board. Chicken kisser.
The noticer.
With that.
He's ended his noticing for today, but the noticing will go on the Preston and Steve Show.
I have a chance. I knew it. This is pretty cool. Jared Leto has signed on to star in a new biopic about Andy Warhol.
That's pretty wild.
And so he'll play Andy Warhol. I think he'll be great as Andy Warhol.
Andy! Was that good?
Yeah.
Kind of sounded like
Andy! Terrence Winter will pen the script based on the 1989 book Warhol, the biography.
Do you find him at all interesting?
Yeah.
Of that time and what he represents, I do as well.
And just what an oddball, strange guy he was, and the fact that he created such a sensation with with his artwork. So
he also created the game Spud.
Oh,
a lot of people don't know that.
No way.
Yeah,
Andy Warhol.
Andy Warhol.
Out of boredom, like
yeah, a lot of people don't know that.
Okay. Wait, how do you play Spud again? I was thinking of Chink.
Excuse me?
Racist.
Oh, there's a game.
Yeah,
called
okay.
Chink.
I'm sorry, Casey. You're late for your Klan rally.
You've never heard of the game?
I have.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wait, what's Spud?
Spud, we always used to use a flat ball, like a ball.
Yeah.
That wasn't fully.
What
right?
the hell was the point of that?
It's invented by Andy Warhol.
His wrists were weak.
When you had a ball that you couldn't play foursquare with or something like that, and you had to find something else to do with it, and so you played Spud.
Man, I loved that game.
Spud was a lot of fun.
I forgot how you did it.
You throw it out there. Right?
Yeah, but you had to have a category.
Right, and then you spell out as you move towards the person you're going to throw the ball at, right?
Well, yeah, but there was like an it person, right?
Yeah,
who had
Somebody's
the ball.
always it.
Wait a
And
second.
you picked a category. Say the category was colors, and everybody behind you had their color. So I would say I was the person. I would throw it up.
That's it. And they'd have to run and catch it.
I'd yell red, and if Steve was red, everybody else would take off. Steve would have to go get the ball.
And then it turns into kind of dodgeball after that, right?
Yeah, because you have to get closer to the person that you want to hit. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually a fun game.
I'll have to look up
because what happens on the throwing process is everyone runs in different directions, but if your name is called as you're running, you realize it's you or your color.
Yeah, and you got to go back and get
and
it.
then you've got to run back.
I feel like I've missed out on my childhood.
It was awesome.
I never played this game.
And I never knew Andy Warhol invented it.
Yeah.
Well, he was a color guy, right?
He was. He was very much about.
Totally.
It doesn't have to be colors, though. It can be anything.
Okay.
Be all kinds of stories.
Soup.
So anyhow, I don't know why that made me laugh so hard. But
he's just kind of the honest person you'd figure would have been Spud.
Oh my God! I've got to quit snoring, man. I am doing that way too often.
You snorted on the golf course yesterday.
I can't help it. It's after a long wheezy laugh, and then I have to inhale, and somehow or another my nose gets involved. I can't help it. Casey brought these into the studio. I have 3 ink pens. They're Bic, just your standard, office ink pen, cheapies.
One might find in any drawer.
Yeah, and these have been mutilated.
What happened?
Clearly, someone has been chewing on these pens.
Well, wait a second. They're kept in this studio, correct?
No. He got these from the what's the number studio next door?
4F.
4F.
Yeah.
In Studio 4F, which is the MR studio. And these pens are absolutely mutilated by how badly they've been chewed on.
So who do you figure is the greatest perpetrator, or the most
I know
likely
exactly who it is.
perpetrator?
You know who it is?
Yes, that pen looks extremely familiar to me.
Oh.
Who is it?
It's Matt Cord.
It's Matt Cord.
He used to do that with. I used to him and I used to get. I would basically make fun of him because he would do that to all the pens at the Sixers games. He would use a red and a blue pen, and he would
chew the F out of them.
He would chew the F out of the top of it. And
Matt's got some major teeth.
I always used to be like, ew, that's so gross.
We have a point of contention up on the phones here, Preston.
Uh-oh.
There may be a false accusation.
Hang on a second. Yeah, Pancake's on the line. Pierre's producer. Hey, Pancake.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Good. So you have a theory on the chewed pens?
Yeah, so I think that it's Jackie.
See, Jackie blames Matt Cord.
Well, because Matt Cord uses different pens. Matt Cord has
That's true.
special
He has
Matt
a special
Cord
pen.
has-
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. Flyers had a couple of good games lately.
They're looking pretty good.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that. And there's a cool event that's coming up in January, and it is the Flyers alumni game. It'll be at the Wells Fargo Center, 7 o'clock game. And it's been a while since we've talked to Boucher, and we're excited to have him on. Of course, he does Flyers in-game analysis for NBC Sports Philadelphia, but he's going to be playing in the game as well. Let's get him on. Ladies and gentlemen, Brian Boucher on the show this morning. Go, Boucher. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, let me play this first. Hang on. I didn't know we had that. Hey, Brian, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great, guys. Great to be with you once again. I'm playing in that game. Is that what you said?
That's what I read. Is that true?
No, I am playing. I almost have nightmares of thinking about putting the gear back on, but it should be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see some old friends, and Flyers are exciting again this year. They're playing well, and so I think there's a lot of positive energy around the Flyers right now. So it's fun.
All right, what's the worst part of putting all that gear on?
Oh my God, so many things. I mean, one, getting torched in goal, giving up goals feels terrible. Your body doesn't move the way it used to.
No, I mean actually putting the equipment on. I mean.
Bending over to tie your skates.
Bending over to tie your skates.
Well, I was just gonna say, do you still need help with anything? My son just started playing, and so there's and he kind of hides it from his friends. Like, hey, can you help me with this? Like, is there still stuff that you need help with?
No, but as a kid, you milk that for as long as you can. Get your parents to help you out, or anything to save you from having to. It's a lot of work. I mean, people don't realize. You play as a forward or a defenseman. There's not as much gear to put on as the goalie stuff. But now the goalie pads, it's so far advanced. Now instead of the buckles and straps, they've got Velcro.
Yeah.
So I got to try and hopefully I can get a set of that new gear from maybe some of the Flyers equipment guys and see if I can use Carter Hart's.
Brian, how long into your professional career did your mother lace up your skates for you?
My mom never did. Never.
She
made it clear she would never do it. My dad did it when I was probably my first or second year playing goal when I was 6 years old. That's about it.
That's one of the things, because he likes them really tight. So I go in no jacket, at least at the start, because I know I'm going to be sweating, helping him tie these skates and putting everything on.
That's funny, Bush, that your mom was like, that's you and your father's thing. You do it,
Yeah. Nothing to do with it.
It's classic. So getting together with the gang, it's always nice to see, I would imagine. Now, the list of players that I've seen, obviously, it's great. There's some really cool people. John LeClaire is going to be there. And also, I think Eric Lindros, Mark Recchi, and all these guys. Now, I know that Lindros continues to play in some men's leagues, and maybe some of the other guys knock it around a bit. Do you do any of that at all?
To be honest with you, I don't. The last couple of years, I moved back briefly home to Rhode Island the last couple of years. So I played. I would play weekly in a men's league skate, but it wasn't even a league. It was more like just a chance to get together and drink beers after.
Yeah.
But I'd play out. I wouldn't play goal. So I haven't played goal in a long time. Last year I did do it. Last year at the Hall of Fame game in Toronto, I got roped into playing and it didn't go so well. So I got to be honest with you, I have major anxiety right now thinking about this game, and my goal is to at some point here in this month to get on the ice with the Flyers goalie coach Kim Dillabaugh and see if he can run me through some drills so that don't embarrass myself in late January.
Well, the thing we've noticed over the years is that it seems that the athletes who remain most invested in actual playing and seem to enjoy playing the game, past their professional careers, are the hockey players. But you're saying that really hasn't been you.
Well, for me, I've been busy with, I'm on the TV side,
right?
So I've been working I just moved over to TNT nationally from ESPN, so. With the travel, it's a lot. I mean, it's just difficult to be able to commit to something on certain nights. So if I could play, I would. If I couldn't, I just didn't. I would love to. I mean, getting together, with a group of people and playing and having laughs and telling stories, it's great. But just unfortunately, my schedule has been too busy. If I'd have been a better player during my career, maybe I could have retired with all this money and played in men's leagues everywhere. But I have to work now. So
right.
But yeah, I look forward to being with the with the group of guys that we have coming in. I mean, like you mentioned, Lindros is going to be here, LeClaire, Brent Fedek, who I never played with. He was before my time. They're going to with Mark Recchi going to reunite the Crazy Eights line. Patrick Sharp's going to play. He's in unbelievable shape. We can't wait to have him. Mike Richards is coming back.
Cool.
Timo Seaman, Scott Hartnell. So we're gonna have a pretty good group of guys, and we're gonna have a flyer from every decade, which I think is pretty cool.
That is cool.
Joe Watson will be playing. I can't believe this man is still playing, but he will be playing. Hopefully his ice time is limited because he's in front of me protecting me. So unless he's in really good shape, he can do a job. But it's going to be a lot of fun. I can't wait to see a lot of the old friends.
Just don't shake Joe's hand. He will break the bones in your hand. He has a vice grip of a fist.
He does. He doesn't. He doesn't let go. I think it's a game with him. I think he tries to shake it as long as possible to see who gives up first.
Hey, Brian, you mentioned, your work in broadcasting, and you've really made a name for yourself as an analyst and have grown into that position and actually just went right to it, doing a great job. When you were active, when you were playing, did you have a feeling that things could open up for you in that direction?
I thought about it in the back of my mind. I didn't know where it would go. Part of me thought, man, I'd like to maybe coach, goalie coach, scout, get management. All those things go through your head while you're playing, but you don't know where it's going to take you. I had a lot of people tell me that I should probably give the media side a shot. And I always kind of, you kind of scoff at that because you're like, man, I don't want to be one of those guys, But, I think I look at it this way, not that I'm trying to disparage certain people in the media, but the writers, I think, have a different, a different slant than maybe ex-players who are analysts now. So I think once you get into it, you realize that, you got your writers, then you got your ex-players. And it was a nice role to get into. And I realized I could be around the game, but not take the losses so hard. When I played, you take losses home with you and it wears on you. And I realized I could do games, be around games, and not really, when you're doing national, I don't care who wins. I hope for a good game, and you hope to analyze it well and have a clean broadcast that way. But I certainly go home and sleep a lot better at night knowing that I didn't cost, 3 million people in a city lost that night.
Right. At least it's safer walking to your car. Right. We mentioned the Flyers obviously early up, but and the record and they're looking very good. And there are a few things that have been altered and changed. Obviously, Keith Jones and Danny Briere and this involvement. And it's very encouraging, and you almost want to, keep your eyes down and say, okay, nice. But what would you say is, is there one thing in particular that leaps out to you as being critical to what we're seeing here happening on ice, this very encouraging move?
Well, I think the one thing that stands out is that this team competes extremely hard, and it's a group that likes one another. And I think over the last couple of years, they lost their way a little bit. And maybe when you don't win games and you don't play hard and you don't play for one another, it can show on the ice. And it can, maybe the relationships amongst the guys, it's not a tight-knit group. And I wasn't a part of it the last couple of years, so I wasn't around it as I am this year. This is a group that these guys care for one another. Early on in the season, guys sticking up for one another when there was a dirty hit. Nick Seeler in particular, a guy that did it a couple of times. sets the tone for how the culture is going to be around this team. And I think that culture has been set up from John Tortorella. He was the right coach for this group. And I think the moves that they made in the front office, starting up top. I mean, if you go to the chairman, CEO, Dan Hilferty, this guy is he's a great man, a wonderful man who's kind of sets the tone, and then it goes on down to Keith Jones, to Danny Briere, and this team the right way. And they've made no. They're not lying to the fans when they say that there's going to be hurt coming and that this is not the final product. They're trying to lay a foundation right now,
right,
building for the future. But right now, this group of players is competing hard because some of these guys are playing for contracts. They're not. Some of these guys aren't concerned about what's going to happen in 3-4 years because they're not going to be here. They're playing for themselves and playing hard, and it's laying down a foundation that I think is important. And down the road, they're going to get talented players. They're going to get draft picks. They're going to build it the right way, and the hope is that this team is going to be playing for championships here in 2-3 years, which I think everybody in Philadelphia is excited about because when you think about the city of Philadelphia, the Flyers are definitely in that conversation when it comes to, a passionate fan base. And, they want to get it right back to where it was, 10 years ago.
I think both Danny and Jonesy, we had them on the show recently. They kind of echo your sentiment that these guys are they're enjoying each other's company, not just putting up, sticking up for each other on the ice, but they're having a good time together. They're kind of buds, and that seems to be a thread that's going through all of Philly sports right now. All the teams are really seem to be hanging together and really bonding, and so that's that makes us happy too because there's none of the drama going on in the locker rooms right now, and that just makes it fun for everybody.
I agree. I mean, guys have to enjoy. Not everybody has to like each other, but you have to respect one another and you have to play hard for one another. And the Eagles are a team, like when you watch them play, they're a scrappy bunch that finds ways to get it done. I know it didn't happen last weekend, but they're fun to watch. So there's excitement there. The Phillies did an unbelievable job this year in captivating a city and the fan base. I got to be honest, I don't, because it's hockey season, I don't watch a ton of Sixers, but this Flyers group, they want to be in that same conversation with the Eagles and Phillies again. Yeah. And I think there's a fan base that wants that. I'm excited for it. I'm excited to be back around this team, and and I'm excited about in January too when we get to see some of our old friends. It's going to be a lot of fun. I mean, I know maybe for some fans it's hard to relate to the new crew. Maybe they relate more with the older players of the past. Yeah. They're going to have a chance to see some of these guys play, which is going to be a lot of fun.
It's so cool.
Going to be on January 26th. All right. On a side note, completely unrelated, Boucher, I wanted to ask you about something that somebody here told me, and I think it's attributed to you, our assistant program director, Chuck D'Amico. I think he was talking to you. And tell me if you've heard this phrase before or not, because I love it and I do use it from time to time. But you would refer to someone as a 10-bell douchebag. And does that sound familiar?
I don't think I've ever used that.
No? Well, it's yours now.
I thought it was you. That dude's a 10-bell douchebag.
We love that.
Yeah.
I wonder if because you guys all went to the same swim club. I wonder maybe it might have been
Tavistock Hills.
Yeah, but maybe it was Chemo.
Probably was Chemo. Yeah, he was there too.
All right. Maybe that was it.
Yeah, I don't call anybody douchebags. Come on.
No, of course not.
No.
Never.
It's a polite sport.
But a 10-bell douchebag. There's something special about
you've exceeded.
I like that though. That's a good one. That's high praise.
Work that into your next broadcast.
Yeah, if you can. If you can work 10-bell douchebag into your next broadcast, we'll give you
how long I have a job for it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah,
right. Awesome, man. Well, listen, the game is coming up, like I said, January 26th, Wells Fargo Center, and tickets are available at Ticketmaster.com. But it sounds like it's going to be a lot of fun, Boosh. So we'll send people your way, and hopefully, you'll have a great night in the net.
Hopefully. Don't hold your breath. Robert Esch is with me, so hopefully if I do bad, he can bail me out.
All right, start stretching now.
Yeah, man. Get that butterfly ready. All right, Brian, thanks a lot, man. We appreciate it. Good talk to you, bud.
Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, we'll see you. Brian Boucher! He's a great guy. I thought for sure 10-bell douchebag was his.
Well, that's the rumor. That's the story.
Yeah, Chuck was talking to one of the Flyers. They were at the same swim club together, so Chuck would see some of those guys there, and he told me they were. I don't remember who they were talking about. Somebody else in the NHL, and he said he called him a 10-bell douchebag, and I will use that. Never on the air, but I'll use it every now and then.
In personal use.
It just sounds great.
At home.
Yeah, with the kids. All right. We have a little time to play with, right?
Yeah.
Mr. Skin's not till 9:10. Okay, so I saw this. I thought this was kind of interesting. Wikipedia has released the most searched for entries for the year. This is our year-end results. That's why we're talking to Mr. Skin. We're
Yes,
gonna get
absolutely.
The nude scenes of the year. But I thought there were some pretty interesting things in Wikipedia. I think I probably hit Wikipedia maybe every day, just not for an in-depth thing, but like, what was the origin of this, or when did this happen, or who is that person?
You tend to blank out.
And where were they born, and so I think I'd probably go on there at least once a day just to check on the validity of something or to get a little bit more information. I know some people argue the validity of Wikipedia, but. So I have the most searched for items on Wikipedia for the year. The most popular article was about ChatGPT.
Yeah.
So
yes,
AI
of course.
and all of that took in the most. By the way, this is the English Wikipedia. So the English language Wikipedia.
That's the one I use.
Yes, I know. Isn't that wild? Yeah. By the way, the top countries that accessed English Wikipedia overall to date in the year are the United States has the most with 33.2 billion.
Wow.
That's how many searches.
It better be somewhat accurate. If that many people are using it.
Well, let me tell you just a little quick thing about Wikipedia. When it comes to medical, they had a study of if you're looking up, like, where did Joyce DeWitt go to school, you're probably going to get the accurate information. Where it tends to become less accurate is in the sciences.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Oh, yeah?
Well, what happens is because there are companies, for example, will hire people to change information. For example, if they're involved in a lawsuit or if there's a particular product, and you can alter it, you can hold sway, and they'll hold control over that. But in general, I find it to be pretty accurate. When I'm looking up general, almost like Trivial Pursuit kind of information.
The United Kingdom had 9 billion, India 8.48 billion, Canada 3.95 billion, and Australia 2.56 billion. So that's the top countries that accessed English Wikipedia. So yeah, OpenAI's ChatGPT took off, and everybody wanted to know about that. The second most read article was the annual list of deaths.
Why are we? I hate to say this. But I always am fascinated by the in memoriam sections of things and the end of year death list because you just forget.
Yeah. It sees high traffic year after year. It was the number 4th spot in 2022 and the number 1 spot in 2021 as well.
I think we need to regularize. Is it what's that term, Steve?
Recalcitrant.
Regulate? Not regulate.
Normalize?
Normalize.
Okay.
Thank you. We need to normalize telling people how somebody died because everybody wants to know. Don't just say, hey, Joe Smith died. Be like, dude, Joe Smith died from a heart attack. I know.
I think you should leave now. They have a bit, Preston, where they're doing the in memoriams. It's a comedy show Jim Robinson does. And they're doing an award show, and they do an in memoriam section, and they're saying who died. T-boned at an intersection, throat slit, and so they're adding all the ways that they died.
Oh, no.
And I just thought, but as you're watching it, you go like,
yeah. Well, I kind of want to know.
The first question when you find out somebody died, it's just a natural reaction to go, how?
Yeah.
What happened?
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't matter who it is. It doesn't matter if it's someone you've never met in your life. Or your closest partner, you want
young or old, it doesn't matter.
Well, and young, at least, in a certain age range, I immediately think was it an overdose? Because, if they're young and they're passing away, it's like, well, what is the reason? And that obviously is never listed in the obituary.
Yep. Individual
shot by jealous lover.
Individual entries for notable figures who passed away also garnered significant interest this year, because including the pages for Matthew Perry and Lisa Marie Presley. Those were a couple the really high-profile ones.
Sure. There's a series on YouTube, and it's called Weird History, and it's all basically President Spen. Have you ever seen it? I love the presentation. It's just rapid fire, day by day by day, and it's almost like a Wikipedia in the presentation, just rapid fire facts.
By the way, the most recent celebrity death, and I'll have it in music news later on, will expand Denny Lane.
Denny Lane,
of Wings and
Moody Blues.
Moody Blues passed away. I was sad to hear that. Yep. And
check Wikipedia. How did he die?
He
jealous lover.
You know, he had no. It was a strange lung infection issue that I'd never heard of before.
Yeah, it was,
that was kicked off during COVID, and he just couldn't shake it, and it ended up taking him. But I've got it written. You know, I can tell you right now. I got music news right over here. He died of
a teaser.
Interstitial lung disease.
Interstitial.
Interstitial, INTERSTITIAL.
Nestle's makes the very best.
Interstitial lung disease, known as ILD. So,
okay.
It's an umbrella term used for a large group of diseases.
Oh, okay.
Did you just know that, or did you look it up?
No, I knew that. Of course. Smart.
Bill doesn't like it if you don't give your sources.
And he's right.
All right, so the Highland, so that was the second highest, the celebrity deaths. The third highest visited page was the highly anticipated 2023 Cricket World Cup.
Oh God, I was all over that,
dude. A lot of people were.
So cricket is.
There were several cricket pages that were in the top.
I think I could be pretty good at cricket.
I took a little bit of a dive into it. I guess the tournament was on over a weekend a while. I don't know, but I was watching something. It may have been a playback from something that happened 11 years ago.
Yeah.
But it's actually kind of interesting, and it's actually kind of fun to watch.
When we were in Ireland, it was all European sports that were on over there, and it was cricket and the sports that you just don't normally see, and I didn't know the rules to, so it had zero appeal to me whatsoever. And I've always meant to watch a video on YouTube that explains the rules of cricket, so maybe it might be interesting. I don't know, so I'm going to check that out.
I've done a ton of research on it, and I cannot find the Buddy Holly connection, Preston.
No, that's that was the name of his band.
Oh,
yeah.
Cricket is the game that will go on for like days, right?
It can.
Yes,
It
yeah.
can. I think it can. I mean, it does seem to have a very long
Maybe
play.
it just seems like.
But you think you'd be good at cricket?
I think I could be.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I could land a plane.
I think.
Tell you what. This is our next stunt.
Right.
You successfully play a game of cricket, and Preston, you landed partially disabled 737.
Yep.
I was telling Nick because hopefully we'll be at the Philly spring training again this year, and I really want to throw a baseball with one of the radar detectors that they use, because every time I've ever used a radar detector, like the boardwalk or whatever, I just don't think that they're very accurate.
You think it's aiming high?
I think it's aiming low, because I know I can throw harder than what. Because
what do you average on the boardwalk?
Well, I want to say on the boardwalk, I've never gone above 70 miles per hour, and I think that's a bunch of hogwash. I think I was closer to 80 in my prime. In my prime.
I don't believe that at all.
Yeah.
I think.
Have you ever seen me throw a ball?
I think it's way harder than you think it is.
I got a cannon, bro.
I'm sure you got a
rocket.
Badass cannon, bro.
I got a rocket.
We could do that. I mean,
he's like Cyborg.
We know people at the Phillies. I bet they could. We could do that soon.
But I wonder, they could probably tell you if you throw the ball, I don't know, 70 miles per hour, like how far would that travel in yards? I mean, you obviously got to get the right trajectory or whatever.
Do it exactly the way they would check an actual pitcher. Have you waited this long for fear that they would immediately offer you a contract?
Yeah, I think so. Now, accuracy.
He's got a full life already.
I don't know.
Responsibilities, a contract here.
Start this chapter of my life as a major league pitcher.
How old was the rookie when he was a rookie, Press?
Wow, he was, I think, around getting close to 40, probably.
Okay, yeah. Well, then I'm older than that.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so anyhow, other cricket-related entries in Wikipedia's top 25 articles this year included the Indian Premier League at number 4, marking the first time that cricket content has made the list since the foundation started tracking the Wikipedia traffic in 2015.
Cricket the national sport of India?
It sure seems like
right?
it. I don't really know.
You
I'm not
figure
sure.
with the British colonization initially.
Yeah, I'm not... sure how big football is, soccer.
Yeah.
But because that was, third and fourth. Number 5 on the list was Oppenheimer.
Right.
The movie. And then number 6 was the Cricket World Cup.
Okay.
Whoa. Jeez.
Yeah.
And then Krickenheimer. Which was a weird sport involving an atomic bomb.
Yeah. And then they included Barbie in there, and they called it Bicket.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Bicketheimer. Number 7 on the list was J. Oppenheimer.
Right.
And by the way, the amount of page views is ridiculous. The ChatGPT number 1 was 49,490,000.
Wow.
Do you guys do that? Did you look?
What, ChatGPT?
Yeah.
No, I looked up like how to use it, or I waited a while.
Yeah,
you know.
I did a few things on
Did
it
you?
just to see what it would give me.
I have it on the laptop.
You mean I thought you meant the Wikipedia article?
No, she's talking about actually using it.
Yeah, I typed in a couple things and let it play out, and I haven't found a practical use for it for me.
Do you know it's good actually for again, not to go off on a chat GTP side rail here, but if you're writing a form letter or you're writing something that you can, it'll just help you. It'll help guide you a little bit. But if you were to take something straight out of the program, it's going to seem really lame.
It's like general.
General. It's very general.
Yeah, it's a good guide. Do you guys pull up Wikipedia when you're watching movies about people?
Sure. Sometimes, yeah.
And follow along with the history, see
No,
how
I don't
accurate
want
it
to
is?
follow
along.
No, not that. No. If I want to be surprised in the movie,
Yeah,
no.
right.
Well, if it's like a
I
documentary.
wonder what
or
happens
like,
to Lincoln.
By the way, the hockey, Steve, is regarded as the national sport of India.
Hockey?
It doesn't say ice
Is
hockey. It just says hockey.
My guess is it's field hockey.
Yeah,
What's your source?
Wikipedia.
There you go.
No, studyiq.com. And then it also says there is no official sport has been designated as India's national sport by the Indian government. Hockey is believed to be the national game of India due to its massive success.
Casey,
that blows my mind.
Gurning is the #1 sport in New Zealand.
Wow.
So I think it's more like, at least it looks like it, field hockey.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
not.
Okay. Did you pull up Indian hockey?
Yeah.
Okay.
See Wikipedia.
All right. Also on the top searches for 2023 on Wikipedia, Jawan, the movie, was number 8. I'm not familiar with that.
Okay.
You guys know it?
Is it a horror movie?
Have no idea. Jawan. Marissa, could you look that up, please, and find out what that is?
I'm checking my memory bank. I'm trying to go through.
It is a thriller, Steve.
It is.
All right.
And it's Indian in nature.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh my
and then,
gosh,
so India uses Wikipedia a lot,
Quite a lot.
because number 9 is the 2023 Indian Premier League. Followed by that is a movie called Pathan, which I assume by its spelling Pathaan.
Oh, another Indian movie.
Indian as well. 11th on the list is The Last of Us.
Yes.
The TV series.
There we go. Yeah,
Which
both the
was
video game and the TV series.
Incredible.
Would I like that?
I think you would.
No.
No, not at all.
I think she might like it
Do you
because
like-
I think because of the paternal, the relationship between. There's a
'cause
very loving.
Someone because I was like, I saw it and I was like, no, and she goes, no, you will like it. Trust me, just give it a chance. I put it on, and I got like 5 minutes in. I was like, this
The
isn't
story
for me.
is excellent.
Yeah, she was like, I think once you get past like all of the stuff that is pushing you away, she's like, you're actually gonna like the core of the story.
It's a father, though they're not directly related, a father-daughter dynamic that is really wonderful.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll
But
try it.
it's kind of grody, man.
Yeah.
It's,
Is it?
it's kind of grungy.
Yeah.
And, everybody's dirty all the time.
Yeah,
You might not like that.
I hate this dystopian world. It's dirty.
Number 12 in the most searched Wikipedia articles of the year, most viewed pages, Taylor Swift
Yes, of course.
was number 12. And by the way,
Has there been a bigger story in entertainment and outside than Taylor Swift?
she was just named this morning. They released it. Time Magazine's Person of the Year.
Preston.
Yeah.
She was just named Pope.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Is the Pope.
So yeah, that's been her. When you think she can't get any bigger, she gets bigger.
She does.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's great. Good for her. She's a fantastic songwriter and performer, and appears to be a really good person.
I mean, think of what she can mobilize. What if it ever got to her and she turns evil? Evil Taylor Swift.
Steve, I forgot the name of the movie I was telling you guys about. It was from the 1960s, where a rock star becomes a politician.
Wild in the Streets.
Wild in the Streets.
I love it.
And the part of the whole thing is people have to do acid.
Right.
And,
Never trust anyone over 30. And then at the end, the kids are looking at the...
Yeah, at the teenagers going,
never trust
we're taking over them.
Yeah.
So, but I think of that, I'm like, man, would somebody like Taylor Swift have the power to sway that audience, that massive audience? So she's number 12 on the list. Number 13 is Barbie.
Of course.
Number 14 is Cristiano Ronaldo.
It's one of the is he the wealthiest sports star in the world currently, or is he?
He was always up there.
Yeah.
Because number 15 is Lionel Messi.
Right.
And we just had news about him in sports. I forgot what it was. Is that who you were talking about?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
What was the story?
So
I
he's
read
now
it this morning.
playing in the U.S. and there was a whole money.
He was voted most confused with Lionel Richie.
No. He was something.
Just because their last names rhyme?
Just gets
Richie and Messi?
And Lionel.
Athlete of the year.
Hold on. Is that
Athlete of the Year 2023.
Time Magazine's Athlete of the Year.
There you
Talk
go.
about
What
Taylor
else did
Swift.
Time do? I mean, the Athlete of the Year, Person of the Year. What else do they have?
Magazine of the Year, which was Time Magazine.
I didn't pull up that article, so maybe Marissa can find it because there are a few other, superlatives that they released.
Well, the slogan of the show is when news breaks, tune to us 2 days later and we'll have it for you.
Maybe.
All right, number 16 on this list. We have the top 25, by the way.
Love it.
The Premier League, so soccer, obviously. Number 17 is Matthew Perry.
Of course.
Yeah.
Still going on. Actually, Julia Roberts just, finally spoke about her relationship with him yesterday.
Yeah. Number 18 is just United States.
Yeah. Air.
In general, United States.
Okay.
Earth.
Number 19 is Elon Musk.
Yeah.
And by the way, I have a little clip to play because the Starlink, the thing.
Yeah.
There's a video. I saw this on Instagram. It's not going to be as good because Marissa had to edit out the curses. But Steve, it's some Long Islanders as they're seeing this in the sky above them.
Well, there you go.
In wonderment.
Those are my peeps.
So I'll play this for you. It's not as good without the full-on curses, but this is a group of guys standing outside looking at this, and they don't know what they're seeing.
Well, that ain't right. It's made.
Zoom. That's fake.
No, it ain't.
That's a drone.
A drone can't go that high, bro.
Don't underestimate.
What is that?
That ain't no
plane, you No plane, Santa Claus.
No plane, Santa Claus.
What is that?
Yeah.
Yo, it's moving.
It's going back and forth.
It's going up.
Yep. It's going up.
You, it's going up. You can't get no light out of that on no plane.
Go up, don't they?
Not like that.
Yes, they do. What is your heavy convention to
Do you
space?
see all the sections? Look at it.
Your convention to space.
So look.
If you want to know what it sounds like at my house, people, and my dad and uncle's having a conversation, that's it.
I'm telling you, it's aliens. No regular planes fly like that, jerk off.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
No planes fly like that, jerk off.
He said back and forth. Like, I don't know. What?
Yeah.
How do you spell that? Back and forth?
What?
You don't.
What?
Okay,
They
you
don't know.
Okay.
Hang on. Listen, do you want to hear that again? Back and forth?
Yeah, it might be here.
Was it early on?
Don't underestimate.
Yeah, don't underestimate. That's what he says. Hang on. Back that up a little bit more. Yeah.
Made.
Zoom. That's fake.
No, it ain't.
That's a drone.
A drone can't go that high, bro.
Listen. You gotta be inquisitive. Ask yourself the questions that matter.
Don't underestimate.
What is that?
That ain't no plane, you
No plane, Santa Claus. Plane.
Santa Claus.
Yo, it's moving.
It's going back and forth.
What?
You've seen it, right? When they pass over, right?
Yes, it was awesome. I saw probably about 20 of them or whatever, and they were just one after the other. And at the time, that was me. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
The hell?
It's going up.
You, it's going up. You can't get no light out of that on no plane.
Planes go up, don't they?
Not like that.
Yes, they do.
Not like that.
Your heavy convention to
Do you
space.
see all the sections? Look at it.
Your convention to space.
So look.
So
Oh my God! I Well, sorry, Kate. I
That's
love
right.
this so much. Like that, my dad uses the a-hole where he loves it. Like that's him. If you're not agreeing with him, that's what you're getting called.
That's me growing up. That's exactly
But I love them just getting so heated over like absolutely nothing.
Yes.
Like it almost sounds like he's ready to like fight the dude. Like like that's you. No, it's not.
Yeah,
Like,
so
what?
they're not agreeing with each other. Yeah, that's
and
enough.
So when I was in the
Dad, those are satellites. Your wife is a whore.
Yeah.
When I was in the Grand Canyon, there were, I mean, it's the night sky. You can see basically every star in the sky, but we saw, I cannot remember if what we saw was the space station or if what we saw was a satellite, but whatever we saw, there was a guy from Australia on our trip with us. Steve, he was losing his effing mind because he was swearing that it was the International Space Station.
Right,
Somebody
right.
was saying it was a satellite. This dude was ready to
fight
over this stupid argument.
I know. I know. So that, but I get it.
Don't you disrespect me. Look, Santa Claus.
Yeah. It's the Wicked Witch of the West, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Grow up.
Breaking news.
Oh.
Okay, so if you don't mind,
I
breaking
got you.
news. We just got
Breaking news.
No, this is sad. This is sad. Norman Lear died.
Oh my God.
101 years old though, and sharp all the way to the end.
All the way to the end. They just, he had been doing those Jimmy Kimmel. They did the recreations of those classic All in the Family, Jefferson's episodes, and on and on.
Yeah.
And he super sharp. They just did a tribute to him. Where they had everyone come out all across entertainment. Wow. Massive force and goes all the way back to Sid Caesar.
Yeah.
And all the way. His history in TV is one of the absolute legends.
I've been feeling very, very nostalgic these days, watching a lot of stuff that I watched as like, kid growing up, and like, he had his
You
hand
got a
in.
flat screen?
All in the Family, Sanford and Son, Maude, Good Times, The Jeffersons, One Day at a Time. If you grew up in the 1970s, that was all the television you watched came from that. Most of it came from him.
He also produced secondary shows that you wouldn't. So you always thought, these are very impactful, but he also just straight up fluff.
No
fun
kidding.
sitcoms.
I believe it. Yeah, I don't have the full list of his credits.
I think Facts of Life might have been in his. Can you do a quick check?
I'm going to say Facts of Life because they did one of those recreation ones.
Right.
With that.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Yeah.
So it wasn't always, controversial stuff. And he wrote for the Beverly Hillbillies and all those CBS country shows. And, a funny, sharp writer. But obviously his...
I'll pull up his IMDb, which will give the full list of all his.
He's not going to use Wikipedia. Just talking about it.
A-hole.
What?
Man, there's a lot here. Let's see. This is as his producing. There's. I'm going to go back a ways here, Steve, because
He's right here. What he produced.
The list is the list is long. Yeah, he goes back to Danny Kaye stuff.
Right. Danny freaking Kaye.
Andy Williams specials, which I remember watching.
The singer
as a kid.
Is the Danny Kaye tap dancing guy?
Yep.
Okay.
Well, Danny Kaye comedy.
White
Christmas.
The song and dance, guy.
Very versatile.
The Little Rascals. Oh, that was the TV movie. Maude, All in the Family, Good Times, Square Pegs.
Yep.
There you go.
Square Pegs is a very innovative show.
Yep.
That's where we first saw Sarah Jessica Parker.
Man, Gloria. That was a spinoff.
Yep.
That was one of those spinoff shows. I forgot wherever. One Day at a Time, The Jeffersons, Silver Spoons.
Yep.
The Princess Bride. He was an executive producer on because obviously that was directed by
Rob Reiner.
and they were all in the family together. The Facts of Life, Steve 227, Fried Green Tomatoes.
Was he Different Strokes? Did you say Different Strokes?
I don't think I did.
I think he was part of that as well because Facts of Life was a spinoff of Different Strokes.
Let's see, One Day at a Time. Just tons and tons of stuff. But 101 years old. That's as full of life as you can get, man.
The fact that you can spend 60 to 70 years wearing a bucket hat.
Yeah, and that he did.
Yeah.
He had like that pork pie hat.
Yeah.
So, wow. All right. Well, sorry to pass that along. But anyhow, Casey's telling me we got to wrap up because we have some guests.
Santa's got to go. No, Santa's got to go.
Yeah, Santa's got to go. So we'll take a...
I need you to stop talking.
We'll take a break. And we'll come back in a moment because Mr. Skin is going to be on with a year-end list for you. And we're also going to talk to our buddy Pat House, who's got a special on YouTube that's out and about. So stay put. We'll be back in a moment.
Pens.
He does. Now, Pancake's right. He has the blue red pen that he uses for everything.
All right. Well, Pancake, I don't know. You still thinking it's Jackie?
I think it's Jackie. I'm not sure, but we actually call it the pen famine, and we ordered a box of 50 pens because we were getting 2 and 3 at a time.
Wow.
You call it the pen what?
The pen famine.
The pen famine.
Oh, pen famine.
The great pen famine.
The great pen famine.
Yeah.
All right, Matt's on the line. Hey, Matt.
I don't chew pens.
You don't chew pens ever?
No, I treat mine. I use Papermate, Flair, Blue, Red. I treat them like gold.
You put that cap in your mouth. Do not say you don't.
Well,
but I never chew it. I don't. The chewer's Jackie. Come on.
All right.
All right, so Matt's vehemently, no, definitely not.
He says
Okay.
Jackie is the
Thank
chewer.
you, Matt. Okay, all right.
So it's not Pierre and it's not Matt Cord.
Should we bring in an expert to note the teeth markings and do a DNA test?
That's
on
exactly what I was thinking. Because you have a set number of people who are using that air studio. You can get DNA swabs.
Yep.
And then get samples from all of the jocks, and you could nail this down in no time.
Do you want me to go to Jackie Bam Bam's secret hiding spot and see how many pens he has there?
And see if there's any chewed up ones.
Hang on. Oh.
Can I come with you? I want to see where it is.
Can you divulge that
I'm
to
going
her?
with him.
Case?
Look at how thrilled they are to do this.
I know. All right, hold on a second.
This is what it's come to. How many? That looks like 50 pens.
That's just from Jackie's hiding
Here's
hole.
the chewed up ones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. These are all chewed up ones.
Wow.
17.
Wow.
18.
We might have a culprit here.
This one has teeth marks on it too. 19. The other ones look clean.
So about almost half of the pens?
19 chewed up pens.
I think I need to apologize to Matt Cord.
Yeah, I think
so.
Sorry.
Are we going to go by the people versus he who smelt it dealt it?
Or people in glass houses, or Jacques.
I'm going with the Queef Club.
Jackie Hughes.
Queef Club!
Yes.
Queef Club.
Nobody's implicated Marcus in this.
Oh.
No.
You don't think so? He did the overnights last night.
But listen, maybe Jackie may have just stolen these chewed up pens and taken them and
It's
put
quite
it in
possible.
his stash. I mean, it's like you never know until you hear the other
He
side of it.
rescued them.
Why chewed up pens? Why I would steal. Then if I wasn't the pen chewer, I wouldn't.
Maybe
want...
he's got a problem. Oh, wait a minute. Bam Bam's on the line.
Bam Bam!
Hey, Bam Bam.
The sixth person of the Preston Steve show. This is going to be a good habit here.
It is. It is a good habit.
Jackie, I need to ask you a question. So, have you complained that there are chewed up pens in the studio and that Matt Cord may be the culprit?
No, I never complain about them because I put the pens in my mouth. When you smoke cigarettes and all, you need something in your mouth. You get a little nervous. I don't chew them, but I'll be honest with you. I put a couple in my mouth. Yeah.
So wait a minute. So okay, Casey, I thought you said
he's not being totally forthcoming.
Well, he just woke up.
Matt Cord doesn't have a problem with pens. Matt Cord has a problem with toothpicks. No, never.
All right, we've heard about Matt Cord's toothpicks problem. We've heard that someone has a foot powder issue. We've heard, but this chewed pen thing. Now we have actually found your super hidden stash of pens, and at least
great.
half
I
of
won't
them.
have anything to write tonight when
There's 1,000 pens and markers up there.
No. Good. We'll put them back.
Put them back, Casey.
Not to mention the 3,000 pens you have in your briefcase.
No. I can never find a pen. That's where they're hidden because there's never nothing to write with.
You can't find them because they're all up there.
Jackie, there's 50 of them here, and 20 of them are chewed on.
Well, I'm not going to say I chewed them, but I say I hide them all.
All right, so if you put them in your mouth, are you sure that at any point in time you don't give a quick little nibble?
Maybe I do, yeah.
Jackie.
Yes.
You just gave yourself a one-way ticket to the penitentiary.
He texted in and said, Cord was just a red herring. It was Bam Bam in 4F with the big pen.
Yes. What about all the panties with skid marks in Kathy's garbage can?
Those are mine.
Oh, those are yours?
Yeah.
All right.
We have all right, anyhow.
Well, she immediately fessed up.
But I think we solved something.
We did.
I know. I'm pretty happy that
good.
we got to the bottom of that.
Yeah.
Very rare that we actually do. So
Teamwork.
That was
Well,
cool.
we have to talk to HR now. See what they're going to do.
Bert Kreischer is still here, the machine, the conqueror himself, who will be at Helium Comedy Club today, tonight, and then through the weekend.
Until the autopsy.
Until the autopsy takes place. He's got his bottle of Fireball.
There's no surprise ending for this one night.
Been enjoying this morning.
Just blackout.
Our other guest we love having here anytime he can. There's a very cool party coming up. Some of us have been to it before, and it's for a great... For a great cause.
Santa Claus.
You can do it.
Oh, one of those things.
God.
It's M. Night Shyamalan. Yeah. Good to see you, man.
Good to see you, too.
All right. So, Bert, I know, was just a huge fan, and he wanted to stick around.
It's so cool meeting you.
Thank you,
you've given me so much enjoyment. Do you ever think that? Like, how you've, okay, we were sharing this, and I didn't want to talk about this on air because it may come out.
Tell the story that you were telling us. It's absolutely fine.
I saw Sixth Sense at a black movie theater. Yeah. And it was the coolest experience because it really brought me together with black dudes. Like, as soon as he goes back and he sees the blood, I realized it with every black dude. And I hear the guy behind me like, oh, dude's dead. Dude's dead. And then I stand up like, dude's dead. Dude's dead. And we start hitting each other. We're all standing up in the movie theater. It was and then we sat in the lobby for an hour later breaking down the movie being like, yeah, thermostat drops. Yeah. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, the mom, she was talking to herself. She was talking to herself. She was talking to herself.
Well, if I can bring people together, that's really
best moment.
ultimate.
That was the kid from New Kids on the Block. Shut up. Shut up.
That's the surprise.
Last night, and I was just skimming through the channels.
Yeah.
So you had Unbreakable.
Oh.
You had The Village.
The Village.
Hey, just a minute, Bert.
Calm down, Bert.
You had Unbreakable, The Village, Lady in the Water, and The Visit were all on
TV?
last night.
Wow.
Every single one of them. And is it because it's this time of year that maybe the cable companies say, all right.
Yeah.
How much money do you have?
I think as a new movie coming out, as it's coming out, they try to play my movies again.
Okay.
So they feel there's more attention and people want to catch up. Old movies they haven't seen and those kind of things. So as this new movie's coming out, they start playing the old. By the way, I have to say,
yes.
Whenever I tend to not go on radio shows, I've said this to you guys around the country because the cowbells and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And I always go, would Kubrick do this? And now as I'm sitting next to you in your underwear, I'm questioning my very
decision.
status.
Yeah.
It reminds me of in high school when I was on the swim team. But this is the last time I think I've seen a male in a Speedo.
Get ready, a wave's coming. Do you underestimate your audiences sometimes in a movie or overestimate them and they'll figure this out now? How did you know we were going to figure it out then? That's what I can't understand. How did you know I was going to get it when he went, and I was like, how did you know I was going to stand up, grab a black dude by his dreadlocks and go, dude's dead? How did you know
I'm going to guess that part he did not know. But that
it's called the dreadlock moment.
Yes.
A technical term for it. And
someone better get a picture of me getting a shot with M. Night Shyamalan.
What do we drink? What is this?
It's Fireball.
If you guys are all drinking it, we're definitely doing it.
I'll take a picture.
See?
I'll have a shot. Anybody who wants a shot, step forward. Now, unless we do this right now, we aren't able to do a shot before 9 a.m. because it's 8:58 a.m. And
we got to do
say
this.
that we did shots before 9 a.m. You ready?
Yeah.
Cheers, everybody.
Bert Kreischer raised it up.
Cheers. Hey, it is a pleasure meeting you, man. Thank you so much for what you do.
Here you go. Toast.
Guys, cheers.
Prost.
Cheers. All right, I got to go to the Helium Comedy Club and do a show now.
Hey, Night,
what are you doing? What are you doing at noon?
Night,
I got
by
an
the
extra
way.
Speedo.
Bill Weston, Man About Town.
Oh, let's make a call.
Is he out in the hallway?
I don't know. That's like the
He's dressed as Professor Snape.
It's a pretty good costume.
From Harry Potter. It actually is really good, but I can't believe that's Bill.
Bill Weston to the Air Studio. Bill Weston to the Air Studio.
There he is. He's here, Man About Town. Oh my God.
He looks like Emo Philip's brother. That's good, Bill. That's actually, you have a sort of Rickman-esque quality to you.
That's really good.
Yeah, get on the mic here, dude.
Professor.
Yeah. And
Yes.
do your best Snape impression.
Somebody said, "What's his first name?" I said, "Snervius" or Severus or something.
Snervius.
What is it?
You got it.
Severus.
It is.
Mo. What is it?
Severus.
Snervius.
Severus.
Snervius. We should have let him go all day.
Snervius. I'm Snervius Snape. I'm
nice to meet
his
you.
slowest brother. I gotta put. My teeth don't sit right.
Snervius Snape. It's nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Now are you snooing?
Do you have a wand? Did you get it?
No, I didn't do the wand.
We need to have a
when I went to we had a big Halloween party on Saturday
Oh,
night.
here.
you know.
I got a one. I got a one.
I know what he's getting.
I know what he's getting too. It's probably what they threw out on the field of the Bills game.
Yes, indeed.
Right?
Dildo.
That's great.
In case you get your Snervius.
It's perfect for your
Yeah, I'm not going to hold on to that thing. I'm not. I'm not, because somebody's going to take a picture of it, and I'm not touching that thing.
Guardium Leviosa.
Leviar Leviosa. Oh my God, that is just
That's
wrong.
great, Bill.
Do you want a black one instead or
No.
Was it a theme? Did
No, sorry, Marissa, you lost your opportunity.
Drumstick? There you go.
Thank you.
There's your
All right.
one.
Were you and the Mrs. Harry Potter?
Yeah, she dressed up as
Hermione?
Maggie Smith.
Oh, yeah.
Whoever that is. Minerva.
Yeah, McGonagall.
Oh, yeah. All right, so do you have a delivery? Do you know how he speaks?
No. Well,
Yeah.
I
It's
went
Alan
on-
Rickman.
I know. I
Yeah.
love Alan Rickman. I was talking to people about
Welcome to Hogwarts.
Galaxy Quest and Robin Hood, these great roles or whatever. But no, I couldn't.
very aristocratic. You know.
Yes.
Finish this line. Turn to page 300.
And 5.
Close. 94.
Okay. That was good.
You
So,
are
look,
surely wondering
so I-
why I have summoned you.
Oh, wait, he doesn't have his headphones
put your
on.
headphones on.
Sneverus.
This is Snurpy Snipplesmatter.
Here we go.
This hour. It's come to my attention that earlier this evening, Harry Potter was sighted in Hogsmeade. Now, should anyone, student or staff, attempt to aid Mr. Potter,
You have to space out your.
I am Snervius Snappus Snippler, and I drink Snapple for the enjoyment, and I click the lid.
And my least favorite soup is Snapper.
Snapper.
they will be punished in a manner consistent with the severity of their transgression. Furthermore,
You have to space out your syllables.
That's good. That's good.
I
There
will
you go.
have a sarsaparilla.
I mentioned earlier that I'm a fan of escape rooms. They're a fun activity that you can do with friends or family or coworkers. And basically the concept is you get placed into a room with a group of people, and there are a series of clues in this room, and there's some sort of a mission that you have to execute. Sometimes it's get a key and get out of the room. Other times it's you've got to solve a murder mystery, or you have to find a missing person or something like that.
And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
I remember when I was a little kid, just the words naked ladies.
Yes.
Used to kind of make me laugh and get me excited at the same time.
Well, that's why you watch PBS.
That's true.
Yeah, because you'd occasionally see
naked ladies.
Yeah.
That's why I was like you might see Benny Hill.
Benny Hill, Monty Python.
Monty Python.
They would
All on
do-
PBS, by the way.
They would do artistic productions. I remember one with Valerie Perrine where she was topless. It was called a stage play called Steam Bath. And I'm like, I guess this is art.
Yeah.
But there's a naked lady.
Naked ladies. Our next guest knows all there is to know about naked ladies and naked men, too.
He's raised it to an art form, and also he's very scientific about it.
Yes,
he's the
that-
Stephen Hawking of nudity.
That he is. Ladies and gentlemen, with his top 10 nude scenes from 2023, Mr. Skin!
That Valerie Perrine steam bath nude scene, of course, happened at the 6-minute mark.
Of course it did.
You remember Steam Bat? Yeah.
Oh, my God. Bill Bixby got an eye full of Valerie Perrine.
That's right.
I was reminiscing about a nude scene from a movie from my youth. It was a movie, Mr. Skin, called The Betsy. I don't know if you remember that or not.
Are you kidding me? Yeah, it was about the auto industry with Tommy Lee Jones, and it's funny. There was an actress who would go on to her name was Kathleen Beller.
Yes.
And she goes for a skinny dip. Yeah. And she married, this will blow your mind.
I know who she married.
Oh, okay. You know the guy?
Thomas Dolby.
Yes. He blinded me with science.
Yes.
How did that guy get Kathleen Beller?
Well, she blinded me with her bush in that particular because she was full on unshaven.
At the 13-minute mark of the
All right, Mr. Skin.
right.
She also appeared in another comedy movie with George C. Scott. Was not topless, but do you remember that movie?
Well, if she wasn't topless, of course, I'm not going to remember that.
It was okay.
She was in The Godfather 2.
She's in Godfather 2.
She was, with George C. Scott.
Yeah. So it's a movie called Movie.
But she was in The Godfather 2. She was up on stage.
Yeah.
In that play.
Yes.
Yeah.
And the black hand is holding a knife on her backstage.
That's right. Yeah. Wow.
Oh, that is a great trivia question because she was one of my favorites from the 80s.
Clearly.
Well, we share that. I love that. How you been, Mr. Skin?
Oh, really good. Yeah, I was just reminiscing. This is my 25th anniversary of my top 10 list. The first one I did was 1999. In August of 99, I launched MrSkin.com. Didn't know what the hell I was doing, and I just put up this little top 10 list thinking, God, I hope someone comes to the website and looks at it. And my number one nude scene that year was Shannon Elizabeth in American Pie.
Wow.
Yeah.
I know, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that was a good year.
I'll tell you this, and you made the documentary about the history of nudity in the movie industry, going back to the Hays Commission and all that stuff. And listen, this is besides the obvious fun of the sort of lyric aspect of it. There is a historical significance to this. So, and then what you report on and what makes the list has changed over the years because of the influx, as we said before, of the streaming and all of these other ways to consume this stuff. If I can start right off, there's one that totally eluded me here on your list.
By the way, if I don't mind jumping in, this is the most star-studded list I think I've ever seen.
It's unbelievable.
As far as A-list celebrities go.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I always try to make the top 10 nude scene list celebrities because it's like, yes, there was an amazing full frontal scene in a Brazilian soap opera, but I mean, that doesn't apply to the American audiences. So this is really the celebrity top 10 list. Either you'll know these actresses because they're famous or they're from a famous movie or television show.
So number 10, Jenna Ortega on the interview show Hot Ones, where they sit there and they will ingest these incredibly hot wings, and it'll get progressively worse and worse. Where was there a nude scene in that?
Well, so on March 2nd, Jenna Ortega, best known as Wednesday Addams from the Netflix show Wednesday, goes on this Hot Wings, and it's Sean Evans host. It's become really popular. Celebrities go on there and see if they can eat aggressively hotter wings, and if they make it to the end, they can promote some. That's the basis of the show. So she goes on. Now, she's 21 years old, never done a nude scene, and here she is, no bra, wearing a shirt that's completely open, and it's like we saw that, and we're like, that's a nude scene. It's like it wasn't intentional, but it was so obvious, and I don't know what she was thinking. I don't know how they missed it, but it's Jenna Ortega's nude debut, unintentional, in Hot Ones on YouTube.
Well, she's in the horror movie X, which is a great horror movie, but she's not fully nude in that, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
There is nudity, but not from her.
This also goes with kind of the fashion now. A lot of stars are stepping out onto the red carpet with see-through outfits on, which is similar to the shirt.
Yeah, clearly. All right. So take us through the list.
Okay, well, I'll hop through some really fun ones. The number 9 on my list was also something I did not, expect. It's Jennifer Aniston in The Morning Show, and The Morning Show is a very popular Apple TV show, but it's not a show you're going to see nudity, and especially you're not going to think Jennifer Aniston's going to do a nude scene because, quite frankly, she hasn't done one in 17 years since the movie The Breakup with Vince Vaughn. So. And that was super brief, too. But in this scene, John Hamm, who's playing like an Elon Musk character, is laying completely nude on the bed. This was in the 6th episode of this 3rd season. And on top of him, luckiest man in the world, a fully nude Jennifer Aniston is laying on him. They have a sex scene, and this was the shot, in the morning. And I didn't expect this. It's not a graphic nude scene, but it's definitely the sex.
So in the breakup, you mentioned the breakup with Vince Vaughn. So there was some. I remember on the time that they had suggested that was a body double. Was it indeed her?
Yeah, it's funny because of the way it's shot. You could definitely think it's a body double. But I'll tell you one thing that happened. There's a in a European magazine in 2006, someone got a hold of another angle of that where you could see Jennifer Aniston topless, and it was truly her. It's just they didn't show her face at the exact moment of the nudity, but it was her. And you're right. No, it's great to question. I'm all about questioning nudity. I think it's really important that you know who it is. So
wasn't that scene her butt, or was it?
It's her butt walking away.
Yeah, like I said, it wasn't like a full frontal nude scene or anything. But it was.
It's her nude.
It was definitely her.
Well, and then in the morning show, I think it was the same episode. They kind of there's also a butt shot, like it's similar to the breakup.
No.
Oh, okay. All right.
So other words, I'll jump around, but I did want to get to number 8 because it's Florence Pugh and Oppenheimer, and this movie is so Oppenheimer's the second. I didn't even know this. Second highest grossing R-rated movie of all time already, second only to Joker, and it's a Christopher Nolan movie, and he doesn't put nudity in his films either.
Yeah.
You don't go to a Christopher Nolan movie thinking like, oh, there's gonna be like an 80s teen sex comedy. It's just not like that. But here's the cool thing about this nude scene. So they released it in 4K, and normally 4K isn't even there. There's usually even better resolution out there, but they released it in 4K. But the significance is he shot this for IMAX, which is insane resolution. So I got to say, in the history of MrSkin.com for a nude scene, I don't think I've ever had a nude scene in better resolution than
Well, also
Oppenheimer. It's crazy.
I've not seen the movie. Casey has. I'm looking forward to seeing it in as optimum condition as I can see it in. But people who've seen it said they were surprised at how much nudity there was in it.
It was. Yeah, there was some. Yeah, it was great, and you're surprised how crystal clear the nudity was. If you saw it in IMAX, you'd be like, "Oh my God!" It's crazy how big the screen is.
Of course, how big the screen is. You know what surprised me, Mr. Skin, about this list? And again, I think this is the case. There's been a great rebirth in the horror realm. A lot of great horror movies coming out, but a lot of horror movies have made your list for nudity. Horror, thriller, sci-fi, all well represented in this top 10.
Oh yeah, for sure. I have number 7, Mia Goth in the Infinity Pool, and she's like our today's like 2000 scream queen. You know, she was she's like our Brinky Stevens or Linnea Quigley's. You know, those actresses from. She goes full frontal in Infinity Pool. That's a great example of one. And yes, you're right. It just so happens. Well, we know horror movies and nudity, they go together, so it's very common. But I did want to talk about number 6 for you guys because you'll get a kick out of this. By looking at the name, it's not going to mean anything, but when I explain it, I think you'll be extra excited. So number 6 on our list is Brenda Strong in Unprisoned, which is a Hulu show starring Kerry Washington. And in the very first episode, 62-year-old Brenda Strong walks in full frontal nude, and you say, Mr. Skin, why would you have a 62-year-old on your list? Well, first of all, she looks great. Let's start with that. But secondly, do you guys remember in the last 3 seasons of Seinfeld, there was a character called Sue Ellen Mischke, who was the braless wonder. And she would always walk around without a bra, and that was a big joke on the show. Well, this is Sue Ellen Mischke.
Well, she's not only that, Mr. Skin, she was the narrating voice of Desperate Housewives.
Of course,
right. And she's also, for Spaceballs fans.
Yes. Oh, my God.
She's one of the nurses.
Yeah, right. Yeah, so I was like, this is I was blown away that she did this at 62, but she does look great, but also the fact that she's Sue Ellen Mischke and Spaceballs and everything else in Desperate Housewives. So, anyway.
Excellent.
So also, number 5 on my list, I have a rule that anytime Heather Graham does a nude scene in good lighting, it makes my top 10 list because she's so hot. And she did a horror movie called Suitable Flesh, which is produced and co-starred Scream Queen Barbara Crampton. And Heather Graham is 52 years old, but those golden grams have never looked better.
He's got the lines all set up. Oh, those golden grams.
Yeah, unbelievable. So that's on the list. And then I'll jump to number 3 because this is one that I really love this nude scene. It's Alison Brie in a movie called Somebody I Used to Know, and it's directed by her husband Dave Franco, and very shocking to get this much nudity in a movie your own husband directs, but he's the younger brother of James Franco.
Yeah, we had them both in the studio promoting this movie, and they could not have been cooler. And Dave Franco made sure to mention what basically an exhibitionist his wife is.
That's right.
And she just loves freaking people out by knocking on a door like at a hotel or friends or whatever and being naked, standing there. So this is her thing.
God. And this is Annie from Community that she'll never do a nude scene after 6 years on NBC or whatever it was. But yeah, it's amazing, including the wonderful streaking completely nude on the golf course in that movie. So she did a great service in that. She looked amazing.
She told us that story was real and that she had to go naked just to legitimize it.
Yeah,
Good for her. That's awesome. So moving down, the best celebrity nude scenes of the year. My second one from a television show that everyone was so disappointed in, but not for the nudity. It's Lily Rose Depp in The Idol, who is Johnny Depp and Vanessa Paradis, the French model's daughter. And so that weekend, the musician, he meets Sam Levinson, the creator of Euphoria, and they're going to create this show. So everyone's really excited about it. Sounds like it's going to be a big show on HBO, and it only lasts like half a season. But people just didn't warm to the show. But Lily Rose Depp did 13 nude scenes, and it was only half a season. I mean, that's pretty incredible.
It was so wildly mockable. SNL, did a parody on it quickly. Because obviously she's got good genetics. The acting chops don't quite appear to be there, but the show is roundly dismissed. But yeah, it did make a brief impact because of all the nudity.
Oh, unbelievable!
And I have to say, you're the number one on your list here. I love this movie. This movie is very funny. My wife and I watched it. Jennifer Lawrence, and we were both amazed that an actress of Jennifer Lawrence's status really hunkered down and did a fully nude extended scene for comedic purposes where she gets into a brawl on the beach, and the movie is No Hard Feelings.
Yeah, and I'll tell you guys that not only is this the number one nude scene of 2023, but I believe this is a top 5 nude scene in the history of movies and television.
Whoa.
I'll tell you why, because she's an A-list actress, first of all. Yeah. She gets out of the water. They're stealing her clothes. She's skinny dipping with Andrew Barth Feldman. She gets out of the water and stands there completely nude, but doesn't just stand there. Gets in a full-on fight. There's like crotch kicking and this and that, and it is like she gets flipped. She's doing headlocks. People are doing headlocks to her. It is the craziest scene, and it goes on for quite some time. And for an A-list actress to do this is just, I mean, it just doesn't happen. And it's funny. We even did this scene in slow motion at our site. Please watch it in slow motion. You'll appreciate it even more because it's like how it's just really incredible what she did. And
my wife didn't ask to watch it in slow motion, but I was impressed with the fact that she did that, and the movie's legitimately funny. To me, it harkened back to sort of what you might find in the mid '90s, or those kind of a little bit more adventurous on the Wedding Crashers side, or Wrong but Right had a little bit of heart to it, and she produced it. It was her baby. This movie, she
knew what she was getting into, and she had fun with it. It was a funny scene, and like I said, we update our top 100 nude scenes every few years, and this is going to, without question, be in my top 5 of all time. I mean, we're talking up there with Phoebe Cates in Fast Times and Sharon Stone in Basic Instinct. Like, it's that level of nudity. So if you haven't seen it, and by the way, this movie completely blew up on Netflix once the water cooler talk, even though people don't go to the offices anymore, but online talk about this scene, now everyone wanted to see it, and it's really incredible.
All right, I know what I got to watch. Okay, I know you said you were going to jump around a little bit, but we only skipped one, Mr. Skin, and that was number 4, so you may as well hit that, right?
Yeah, no problem.
He loves his work.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no, I could talk nudity all day. So, number 4 is, I'm going to say that she's the best actress that no one really knows, and her name's Saoirse Ronan in a movie called Foe, and she's been nominated for an Academy Award 4 times. She's never won.
Oh wow! She's brilliant. She's in one of my all-time favorite movies, Brooklyn. Yeah, and she is genuinely a great actress.
She really is, but she's not like if you're at a party and you say, that Swarzy, no one knows how to pronounce her name. And I just find that people don't really know her. And anyway, she's been nominated for Atonement, Little Woman, Lady Bird, and you mentioned Brooklyn. And she has a great topless scene, which came in at number 4 on my list from a movie called Foe. And again, she's an A-list great actress doing a nude scene that you definitely should see. She added to the star power of this list, which was pretty incredible.
And the movie's supposed to be kind of interesting. It's sort of like a sci-fi.
It's a sci-fi movie, yeah. About 2 horror movies and a sci-fi movie in the top 10. So, yeah, it's a great one.
It's an impressive list this year, Mr. Skin. So everybody can check these out for free, by the way, on MrSkin.com.
Right at the front page. Can't miss it.
And then we'll talk to you after the first year because your Anatomy Awards come out then,
right around Oscar time. And that's when I could really curate those crazy Brazilian weird nude scenes and all the wild stuff that happens all over the world.
One of our favorite categories of all time, the best swingers. Which are when you can see boobs from the back if you're looking at the back.
Had nothing to do with couples.
And unless you think Mr. Skin is not equal opportunity, there is your companion site, Mr. Man, correct?
Mr. Man, yeah, that's, believe it or not, doing very well. Memberships have risen over the last 5 years. So, yes.
So everyone can find what you're looking for with Mr. Skin.
Yep.
Yes.
All right. Well, thank you for doing the work for us, Mr. Skin. We appreciate that, as always.
No, thanks so much. I always have a riot with you guys. Thanks so much.
All right, buddy. We'll talk to you soon, man. Have a great holiday. Mr. Skin! He has forgotten more about nudity than we will ever know in cinema. He's that good.
But did he talk about incest like we did today?
Not like we do. It's funny because we always get these conflicting. There are some people that just think he's the skeeviest guy in the world. Yeah. He's not.
He's not.
Actually the nicest guy.
Again, I would encourage you to watch that documentary. I found it very insightful. I mean, there was actually a whole bunch of nudity they were getting away with in the early days of the movies. Like Joan Crawford did nudity, and the earlier Tarzan movies had it. And then they had this thing, the Hays Commission, which came in and rung the curtain down.
What is it called, by the way? Do you know the name of the doc?
God, I forget the name of it.
It's about the history of nudity in cinema.
Right.
And Mr. Skin was the guy who did it, right?
The main guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. All right. I know what it's called. It's called Live from the Day Job.
That's it. That's it. And,
that's actually the special of our next guest who is in our studio. He's a good friend. You can find the special Live from the Day Job on his YouTube channel. Ladies and gentlemen, Pat House.
Thank you.
Is here.
What a segment to follow.
Yeah, I know. It's a tough follow.
Yeah.
How you doing, man?
I'm doing good. I'm out of town for shows this weekend, and I know exactly what 10 things I will be watching in my hotel room this weekend.
You got time.
Well, you spend a lot of time on the road. You have to kill the time. So I was complimenting you. I was watching a large portions of this. And then, by the way, you're all over TikTok. I've seen a whole bunch of videos of you doing this. I believe it's this exact special.
It's from the special, yeah.
Right.
And from the day job.
And you have never been more, I mean, you've always been funny, but you've never been more polished. The material is really sharp. And I think you want to hit when everything is right in optimum condition.
Yeah.
And dude, I think you did it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm really proud of it. I've been bartending at Paxton Hollow Country Club for 20 years. And been doing stand-up for also 20 years. And about a year or two ago, I had an awesome idea because I do annual shows at Paxton. And I'm like, I'm going to film a special here. And I sat on it for 2 years. And then I put all the wheels in motion. I'm from Delco. Paxton's in Delco. I booked a Delco production crew, and we put it all together, 4-camera shoot, and I filmed a special literally at my day job.
Shut up.
Yeah.
I had no idea you did this at Paxton.
Yep.
I love the way it's lit. I love the way it looks.
Thank you.
It really has a nightclubby comedy club sort of feel.
I mean, I'm no Netflix comic. I don't know if you guys know, but we played with the lights. We played with the cameras. We really made this as top-notch as we possibly could, and I'm beyond happy with how it came out.
In fact, one of the clips that had me laughing out loud is I don't want to give away your material, but you're talking about, somebody recognizing you and say, oh, you saw one of my shows, and they knew you as a bartender.
Yes, it was a woman who came up to me, and she's like, is your name Pat? And I go, yeah, it is. Did you see a show? And she looked confused, and she was like, show? You bartended my husband's funeral. And I was like, all right, well, I stand corrected. Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So it's not just a clever name.
Yeah.
Like Maria Bamford filmed a special in front of her parents at her home.
Right.
Which that's 10 times crazier than what I did.
Yeah,
but
right.
I think the day job angle was pretty cool and pretty marketable towards, a unique idea and bartenders and comics.
I love the idea. Anybody who gets into entertainment or does anything like that, I had, when I was doing stand-up, I worked at Beetleton Bookstore to get a medical plan. Yeah, so that's part of the deal.
So this is hyper local for you.
Very.
And I have a question about playing a local show like that.
Yeah.
So obviously your friends and family members may want to come out to support you. Are your friends and family members an easy crowd or a tough crowd?
They are easy now because it's been quite some time. But in the early days, I hated it.
Yeah?
I didn't even tell my family for almost a year that I was doing stand-up because I was like, what if I suck? What if they come see me and they see the worst show possible? So I made sure to have like a year of comedy under my belt before I even told most of my friends and family.
What's worse, Pat, having them come up after the show and pretend to enjoy it or be as candid as they think they need to be?
I think the worst is actually when people are like, you were great, but that other guy was phenomenal. You're like, wow, that's great. Thank you. That's awesome. I appreciate that. That has happened in every way, shape, and form.
Oh, my God.
Well, speaking of which, who was that girl from Tennessee that opened for me at Helium a few weeks ago?
Jill Maragos.
She was great.
She's very funny, yep.
Yeah. I was lucky enough to see Pat at Helium. He always does a November show.
Yep, every year November.
And you put together a great lineup of people. It's local people. It's young, fresh comics. Who was the first guy?
First guy was Tom Mitchell.
Yeah, he was
great.
Fantastic.
Yeah. He was amazing. But that other guy.
He was adorable. No, but it's really fun to see you, Pat, and how you've I think we all know your Wawa joke and the holding the door. It's kind of it's like your machine story now, like your Burt Kreischer machine story. And you work it in, but then you just kind of dance and go right into some other material. So it's really great.
Well, what's funny about that is I'm on the road 95% of the time, so I don't get to do that bit. So I forget to do it around here, and I need somebody to remind me. They're like, are you doing the Wawa thing? I'm like, oh, my God, yeah, I can. I absolutely can. And then I forget how fun it is to do that because I don't get the chance to do it often. So when I do that at Helium or around Philadelphia, and it crushes, it's like, oh, yeah, this is a good one.
Book some shows in Florida now, man. They're popping up all over the place.
I know, but it doesn't travel, man.
It doesn't?
Like, no, not even out in Harrisburg.
Really?
And I tried to change it to Sheets. Doesn't hold the same weight.
It's
by the way,
customers are
Sheets are
a-holes
animals.
in Sheets. Yeah.
And they keep changing the foyer configuration. So it's
I also, what was I going to ask you? Damn it, I had this. So you've been bartending that long at Paxton. And I'm sure you see some of the regular people. I'm sure you see a lot of the regular people.
Oh, yeah.
Are you grabbing material from those guys? Are there inspirations? I would have gotta be.
There's a huge part of my act that's strictly from work.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I mean, not a single day goes by where I don't write something down in my notebook that happened that day.
Do you ever have to go, I can't joke about that person because I see them all the time?
Yeah, but some of these people will never see me.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's also
All
a big part of that. These people that are like 80, 85, they're not coming to Helium. They don't even know what YouTube is.
Yeah.
So this could be in front of their face. They have no idea.
Pat, there was and I don't want to say what outing it was, but I was at a golf outing at Paxton about a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago, and it was an absolute S show as far as people drinking was concerned.
Oh,
I have never been to a golf outing where this much alcohol was consumed by that many people. It had gotten to the point where I was like, I am not going to do the dinner afterwards. And I had to go in and tell you, I go, Pat, I can't.
I remember this. I know exactly what you're talking about.
And then you proceeded to later on that evening, you had to drive somebody home that was passed out on a bench outside of the...
Yes. That was a complete stranger. I did not know this person. They had their golf clubs with them. I'm like, well, he's not going to kill me because his golf clubs are here.
Yeah.
So, like, a golfer's not going to kill somebody and leave their clubs behind.
No.
That was my logic.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
Absolutely.
I would agree, yeah.
So I drove this dude to the Lawrence Park Shopping Center, and then he just got out of my car slurring. Didn't even know what he was saying. He's like, I'm going to go sit on this bench now. And I'm like, knock yourself out. And I pulled away.
And you got his clubs.
I mean, how obliged are you? Were you going to hang out all night?
I mean,
talk about career choices. Yeah, no.
He was like, that was a 3-minute car ride. He already fallen asleep. I was like, this is. But the whole time I was like, he's not going to kill me. That was like my mantra, just clutching 10 and 2. He's not going to kill me.
So
I feel safe driving this stranger home.
One time I was down the shore. I think I was in Sea Isle. I was a little bit younger, probably 19 years old, and I needed it. I hitchhiked. I've never hitchhiked before in my life. And these guys picked me up, and I'm sitting in the back seat of their car, and I was like, I better check under their car seats to make sure there's not a gun. And so I did. Like, that's the entire time I was riding with them, I was like checking underneath I
discreetly or not so discreetly?
I don't. No, it was pretty discreet.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think they had any idea I was searching for a gun, but I didn't think more. I thought better of it after I was already in the back seat of the car. Not
I think the thought that the prospect of there possibly being a gun should stop you from getting in, right?
Yeah. Well, I didn't think about that until I was already in and we were moving.
Too late. You're already in it. Let's see where this goes.
Is this a gun guy or not? 50-50. I'll go for it. So with the day job and with that whole deal, obviously it's a good job. And
yeah, I love it. I really do.
But I mean, and as obviously generating material. But are we slowly edging up to the point where you can kind of rid yourself of that security blanket?
I mean, I feel like it's on the table sometimes, but I'm one of those, I shouldn't say weirdos. I actually love my day job. I've been there 20 years. I have great coworkers, great regulars, and I work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, so it leaves Thursday through Sunday to travel and do shows. So
that's the comedy time.
I'm very lucky enough to say I have 2 awesome jobs.
Right.
And I love both.
And no matter what, you'll probably always at least work part-time at Paxton for the rest of your life.
Fun. It's probably for the rest of my life. Even when I retire and I'm 65, I will park golf carts. I will be at Paxton from 19 until my headstone allows me.
I love it, man. Are you all set for the holidays? You got a bunch of stuff to do? You going to stick around here? You got any shows moving around?
Got a couple shows.
Okay.
I'm in Raleigh this weekend. I'm with Dan Soder next weekend. We'll be doing the Fillmore together.
Soder's
and
great.
Then I'll be with, you guys know Dan Cummins very well.
Yeah.
I'll be with him in Hawaii in January.
What?
Oh, dude. Awesome. Have you done shows in Hawaii before?
No, but it's my goal to do stand-up in all 50 states. And Hawaii's a tough nut to crack, but I finally, he's bringing me along for that.
Oahu, I assume?
Honolulu,
Waikiki?
the Blue
Honolulu,
Note.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow. So I've been to all 50 states because of comedy.
Oh, no kidding.
I don't know if I was traveling through and stopped on the way to another. I've been in a lot of states to perform, but I can't say I've done comedy in every state, certainly not Alaska.
Yeah. Were those colleges or?
A lot of colleges.
Because I was going to say, I want to do stand-up in all 50 states, but there's no comedy club in North or South Dakota.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Wyoming. I mean,
colleges are going to be, and I don't even know, do they even book shows anymore?
I was talking about this yesterday with a comic. I don't know any of my friends that do colleges anymore. I don't know if it's a
used to
thing
be-
or I'm getting older or what, but I feel like 15 years ago, we were dying for college gigs and trying to get in NACA and
they
do
pay
this
well,
and do
right?
that. They pay so well, but I can't think of one friend right now that does college.
That used to be my whole thing at a certain point.
I know.
A lot of the club comics would want to get out of it and just do the colleges because if they didn't spend their budget for the year, they wouldn't get that budget next year.
Exactly. They had to spend that money.
And they would take a risk on an up-and-comer just to get, and they would book all sorts of shows from orientation to whatever. So there was lots of money to be had. And then eventually, it's where you get to work in front of 4,000, 5,000, 6,000 people at like a big, it's amazing.
I've been trying for years just to do a one-night show at Temple where I went, and these emails have gone nowhere.
What?
If anybody
What?
from Temple is listening,
come on.
I will set a reasonable budget. Yes.
By the way, Pat, you've got your podcast. We want to mention that. It's called I Guess I'll Do It.
Yeah, I guess I'll do it with Pat House. It's mostly a comedy podcast where I talk to comedians about their I guess I'll do it moment where they decided to do stand-up, and Steve was one of my very first guests.
And you were a great host. I really enjoyed the experience.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. It's you guys are in radio. It takes some getting used to talk to people and navigate a conversation. And I've been doing the podcast 3 years, and some days I have no idea what I'm doing with it. But I've had some killer guests, and it's a lot of fun.
Nice.
There you go.
All right, well, check that out, and also make sure that you take a look at Live from the Day Job. It's on Pat's YouTube channel. I'm sure you can just do a Pat House search
Pat House,
on YouTube.
Free on YouTube. You got it.
And
It's
find
funny, man, and I think it's a winner. Congratulations.
And next gig in the area is at the Fillmore?
Yes, next Saturday with Dan Soder, December 16th.
Wonderful. We'll get your tickets. Dude, it's good to see you.
Thank you for having me. Always great to see you guys.
Let's hear
Thank you.
for Pat House. It's called Live from the Day Job. We are going to take a break. We'll come back in just a moment, and we'll get to the B-Files. So hang out, why don't you?
Old puzzle situation.
Yeah. And you're usually given a time limit, about an hour, to get through all the clues, work together, and achieve the mission. And then you're declared victorious. If not, then, well, you didn't make it. So we decided to incorporate that. I think we're going to go to our main man who helms he's got the keys to MMR. He's the man about town, of course. Bill Weston, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hey, there we are. Hey. How you doing, Bill?
I'm okay.
All right.
All right.
We see you standing in front of it says 1313.
Oh.
Which is like the Munsters, yes.
So it's I've been told it's the Bates Manor.
The Bates Manor
is the whole deal, and it's a mansion, and Mr. Bates apparently has a lot of cash on hand, and you guys are going to have to get in there and get it and get out. There's a safe somewhere in there that you need to crack. Get in, get the loot, and get out before the cops get there, which I assume is within an hour right after it starts.
He's the patriarch. He is Master Bates, right?
Yeah, he is Master Bates. No, so Bill, we were going to set you up with Jackson and Matt Cord. Are they handy? Are they there nearby?
I have not seen them.
Oh, you're kidding me.
I don't know. It's rather strange for a disc jockey to be late.
That's true. Well, you know what? Maybe we can help you out. Let's see. Is there anybody else we might be able to substitute for? Because we got to get this underway.
Last minute replacements? Is it even doable?
I don't know.
I also hear that there's going to be other members, like a couple other people besides Jackson and Matt. A newspaper reporter is going to come along with us because we act as a team.
Okay.
And you got to have at least 4 people to kind of figure out all the clues and try to advance into further rooms. And
well, you know what, Bill? I think we sent Nick down there because we wanted Nick to make sure everything ran smoothly, and Nick should be on location. Nick, could you see if there's anybody else that we could scare up because we need to get this underway?
We can't be waiting fully. When they get there, they get there.
If you've got,
Matt.
I think Nick can hear us. Nick, if you can bring, if there's anybody, cast members, or if you can bring them on out.
Sorry, I'm now down the hallway. But hey, Bill, here's this is Pitchuation.
Oh God!
Here, come on in, Pitch.
Situation.
Yeah, he's here with us, and this guy.
Who else we have?
We got a really tall guy.
Jackie Bam.
Jackie Bam. Yeah.
Oh my God!
Who else?
Last but not least, come on around the corner, young man.
It's Gary Lauer.
Oh my God!
He's locked in a room with Gary Lauer.
This is going to be the most cacophonous sounding radio bit with Nick's booming voice and Pitch glass shattering. There's nothing but loud people in here.
Well, it works out, Bill, because just by happenstance, the people we believe you'd most want to be locked up with are there around you right now.
Oh, and Bill, if you haven't figured it out, Jackson and Matt were never going to be down there being part of this. This is just, we had this set up.
I thought there might be some type of prank going on here because Jackson never gets up for anything.
So we were wondering who Bill, and it's all about teamwork for this, and we thought, well, who might it be difficult for Bill to corral and get? So as much as we love Jackie and he's the most amazing overnight guy ever, he is a bit scattered. He's a little, all over the place.
I got microphones on me and my pants are falling down. He told me to wear pockets. I didn't wear
There you go.
Any underwear?
Of course you didn't. And Pitch, he wears underwear. Pitch, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, this is great. I can hear everybody back in the studio.
Hey!
Everybody. Hey! How's Billy doing? I know Bill Weston's having the time of his life.
Oh, my God. They say this is like a really great team-building exercise. I'm really wondering what the outcome is going to be.
Last but not least,
all of these people.
Let's see how the mayor of Juniata Park is doing. Gary, can you hear me?
This is going to be a blast.
Oh, yeah?
Kindergarten for adult males. I think we're going to have a wonderful time, children.
I think you painted the best picture simply by saying kindergarten.
Yeah, and by the way, Gary, we've elected you team captain.
Oh, it's going down. It's going down.
I believe you have 1 hour from the time this starts. So, is there anybody there to officially begin this whole thing, Bill? Is Randy nearby?
Randy gave me a bit of an orientation, like things like numbers on the wall. And there's locks, and I guess we got to find a key to get into the lock of the mailbox. Maybe that tells us how to get into the main door of the next room. And I guess
go ahead.
We're ready to get started.
We're looking at the collection here, Bill, on the monitor. It looks like the worst bachelor party ever.
All right, it started.
Clock is running. Go ahead in.
Go.
Let's do this.
Let's do stuff. Let's do it.
Let's do stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So there's a lock on the mailbox. There's also a lock over here on this.
Oh my gosh! The first thing is a puzzle. Oh.
This birdhouse. All right. There's a flashlight hanging on the wall.
Okay.
It doesn't work.
Can't hear us right now, so we're going to listen in, and I'll kind of describe what they're doing. They're searching around the front door.
What the heck is this? It looks like one of those mirrors that they stick under a car to see if you got a bomb under there.
There's probably something.
Use that to look up above, and maybe there's something.
Bill's got the right idea.
I don't think Jackie Bam Bam understands what's going on.
That's the thing.
I think he thinks this is a kid's birthday party.
Yeah. I talked to Jackie this morning, and I'm like, look, have you been briefed on what's going to happen? And he kind of sent me back, I don't know. It's kind of, I was just told we got to get out of a room or something. So he doesn't really understand the whole concept of it all.
And Gary looks like he's just he's picking things up and looking at them, but even if it was a clue, he's putting it back.
All right, let's listen in. Hang on. There's Pituation laughing.
Oh,
Jackie found something.
Thank you. I found a key.
Where's it going, Jack?
Key? Under the mat. Under the mat.
All right.
Catch, Peg.
You're welcome.
How about is it small? It's probably this one.
Yeah.
Okay, they're about to open up the mailbox out front. Let's see.
We got it. Okay.
All right, Jackie got it open. He found the key and he's getting it open.
Unlock the mailbox.
All right.
First, we have a letter inside the mailbox.
Let
me try that key in this other lock.
What if Jackie's like a Manchurian candidate? Like he's been programmed, like he's Jason Bourne and doesn't know it.
He has no idea.
Yeah. It's as requested, we've set your alarm code for a 4-digit number. Should you somehow forget the code, simply look around before entering the house. Please let us know if we can be of further assistance.
It'll probably be the number on the front.
Pointing to the 1313 house number on the side of the house. Where's it coming from?
Bill wants to know whose phone is ringing.
Your phone off?
It's Gary. Gary's got a phone.
He's yelling at Gary.
I told Gary goes out with a landline.
But is there a keypad?
That's an intercom.
That's an intercom.
It's once you go inside, there'll be a keypad.
No, there's a woman there. Is she part of the? Is she
I think she's
journalist?
the newspaper reporter.
There's another key in here. There's another key inside the mailbox.
I'll trade you that key for this kid.
All right, so even just takes this long, Preston.
There's a legitimate newspaper reporter there?
Yeah,
I didn't know that was going to happen.
Either that or it's Jackie's girlfriend.
Wait, look, Gary took the second key and he's trying to unlock the front door.
Trying the front door. They got to remember the code when they get in.
Gary just opened the door.
Okay.
Time, Bill.
Next room, we spent 3 minutes.
Okay.
That's pretty good.
And Bill Weston did none of it.
No, Bill.
Nice to meet you.
Dolores is
He has to corral
Where's the
them.
alarm code?
1313.
Where's
no,
the-
no,
where's
so
the
1313.
And
Yes.
there's an alarm going off.
Yep. Hang on.
3, 1, 3.
Did it take it?
It took it.
Yeah.
They did it. Sometimes, Steve, they'll also they'll use computer monitors and so forth to send you if you're headed in the wrong direction for an extended amount of time.
Yeah.
Sometimes they will send clues over to you.
Will they do it over your phone as well, or will they?
Not the ones I've done.
Okay.
Sometimes a monitor that's mounted in the room, you'll hear a little prompt, and you can go over and look at the monitor, and it'll say, have you tried this? And it'll give you a vague direction on which to go.
Oh, here's
a video.
This is a painting that's speaking.
Oh, that's cool.
Make haste.
It's a video.
You must work quickly to find your way out. Make your way to the safe and take the fortune hidden inside.
That is cool.
Hey, Bill Weston, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
It seems like you guys, we've been watching the entire time. The teamwork is going, it's pretty damn good so
Figure
far.
out which one it is out of all these murders.
Hey, Gary, can you shut up? Shut up. Say that again, Preston.
I said the teamwork seems to be in place so far.
And you just totally undermined his observation by telling Gary to shut up.
Well, no, everybody's working. It's good. We got a team here, and
we're doing stuff.
Are you guys impressed by just how this room looks so amazing?
He's absolutely right.
Randy was telling me that this is not just cheap site. Were you?
Whose phone keeps going off?
Pad making this noise?
It might be that pad.
They are stuck apparently at a point. They're attempting to play a game of chess, it looks like, and it's not going well.
Maybe they need some help. Bill, are you there?
I'm here, yes.
All right, Bill, you guys stuck on the clue?
We're kind of stuck. Part of the thing is we had to find this chess book, and we configured the chessboard exactly in the diagram of the thing. But it just looks like a regular chessboard and pieces on top. It doesn't look like there's some hidden lever or something that's going to be exposed. So we're kind of stuck on it.
Does it look like a number or anything like that? Are the chess pieces in a number?
Oh.
Is there anything else that goes in conjunction with the chessboard besides just that book that's there?
Do we have to? Maybe we play the next move.
That's what I was thinking.
Yes.
But who knows whose turn it is? That's the thing.
So the black moved over here. He took the rook.
Set the board up exactly like it's in the book.
Okay, Randy sounds a little impatient.
Randy does sound impatient.
What are you guys, morons?
Maybe you need to double check it. Maybe
stupid.
Play chess every day.
Maybe he's saying you didn't do it correctly.
I'd rather play checkers. It's funny.
All right, so maybe if you maybe you guys didn't set it up properly, and when you do, it will trigger something.
Okay. So bishop, pawn.
Gary has a magnifying glass.
Check that board.
Which he doesn't need to be using.
Wow. Look and see if there's something else.
Oh, this is straight up from Da Vinci Code.
Wow, that is wild, dude.
All right.
What am I hearing?
Oh, here, I got something.
Okay.
I cracked the cipher thing.
Oh, well, look. We did something. Let me go first. I want the money.
How did that?
Go ahead, Bill.
Quit yelling.
Listen, grab them keys. All the keys grabbed. There's a metal box here. The axe is on the door.
Can you pull one? Don't. All right.
There we go.
Young Preston Elliott, we're going to do this, brother.
All right, ready?
Here we go.
Go for it.
Okay.
All right, secret door.
We've got a.
We're in another room, I think.
We got another room.
They just opened a secret door. Bill, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
You guys just got into a secret door, it looks like.
This is wild. Wow,
Yes.
there's a lot.
Oh my
We're in
God.
our third room,
These
Press.
people are so loud.
Jackie. Jackie, are you excited?
On the chain.
Flashlight's on.
Such a demure group.
Are you finding this pretty engaging? It looks like you're having a pretty good time.
Let me see if I can fix this.
I'm a little frustrated.
It's in this third room, guys.
The chessboard was a difficult one because we didn't know the designation between a king and a queen, but it was pretty cool.
That's what the problem was. Okay.
All right, but just watching it looks fascinating.
Oh,
Gary, that's amazing. That's that's awesome.
Okay, it says Isaiah 11.
All right, I don't want to give away
don't give too much.
any clues, so I'm going to turn that down.
You know, it's a bit of revelation here, Preston. I think Gary Lauer has his thinking teeth in because he's doing He's doing a great job.
His thinking jam.
His jam teeth. Preston, is this how it normally works where you go from room to room? Because I was under the impression you were in a room and you stayed in that room until you could get out.
No, sometimes there are rooms. I was in one time where it was a false wall.
Metro traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
I made a turducken one year.
What'd you think of it?
It was good. I mean, it was kind of novelty, you know? I mean, it was, the only thing was it didn't really come with any good cooking instructions.
Right, they left you to your own devices?
Yeah, and we're like, okay, well, we just got to make sure it's done or else you're going to, run the risk of some type of botulism or something. And
I don't like duck, so it doesn't appeal to me.
You don't like duck?
I think it's too oily. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I like that about it. That's good stuff. But that thing was, it was, and it's all deboned, so it was kind of easy to cut into, but it was weird. It was good.
Is there duck in duck sauce?
I don't know.
Like any duck juice or anything like that? Any duck stock or?
Think so.
No.
I was asking for like a definitive answer.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Check Wikipedia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is this part of that?
No.
Oh, okay.
But it's close.
Casey had an idea for a segment, and I didn't quite understand it.
I thought I explained it pretty well.
I didn't understand it.
Yeah.
But
we don't have to talk about this now. We can talk about
what animals would make the best juices?
I thought it would fall in line with the duck sauce.
That's a good cup of duck.
Duck sauce is apricot based, and it has apricot, vinegar, soy sauce,
and duck,
garlic, ginger, chili powder, cayenne, and no duck.
So it would be something you would use on duck, but it has no duck in it.
Got it.
So does Swiss Miss hot chocolate actually have little Swiss girls?
Yes. That is made with the bones of Swiss girls. Yes, that's which makes it all nice and gelatinous.
Yeah, it's awesome.
All right, now that we got all that sorted out, we can do the bizarre file. Here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you by our J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. You got junk and want it gone, then you want J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Veteran and military, family-owned and operated. Visit J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. That's J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. Akron, Ohio police say detectives arrested a 42-year-old man on Wednesday evening who is accused of shooting a victim in the face over potato chips.
Another friggin' story like this.
The department identified Melvin Wright as a suspect in the shooting. Does not say. Police said that the victim took himself to the hospital after being shot in the face. He told police a man he didn't know confronted him. And then police said the victim reported the man shot him in the face after he refused to share potato chips with the man.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Simply for that, for not sharing. Now, mind you, I like a potato chip just as much as the next guy.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd be prompted to shoot someone in the face if I was denied a chip.
Give me some potato chips.
Yeah.
No. Bang.
Boom.
That's pretty much it. According to police,
it seemed to make sense.
Officers found a handgun on Wright during the arrest that may have been used during the assault. He is now behind bars.
It said on the grip, it said for potato chips, Preston.
I didn't shoot somebody, but I did get in a fight in 5th grade. I got detention for
over chips,
over cheese balls.
Oh,
somebody's trying to take my cheese balls, and I said nope,
nope, not having it.
Casey didn't use a gun, but he knifed the kid.
Yeah,
so
with a compass.
Yeah. All right, a Utah man who was gored by a bison last month said that he was naive to try and touch one and now regrets doing so.
Yeah, I think so.
Halen Carbajal encountered the bison during a Thanksgiving celebration with his girlfriend in a family cabin in Provo. Carbajal said that he crossed a fence to his neighbor's yard where he spotted the bison, attracting the animal's attention.
Oh, no, here he comes.
The bison started...
You want to go?
He started following him. The bison ended up goring him in the stomach, causing him to be hospitalized for a liver laceration, broken rib, and a bruised lung. Carbajal said that he followed me all the way over, and I was
that just happened.
He said, and I was like, "Ooh, that's pretty cool." I kind of did want to pet him, so I was just being naive about the whole thing, so I did that. And yeah, he just rocked me pretty good.
He rocked you pretty good. I want to pet a polar bear, but I never would.
A GoFundMe started to cover medical expenses on Carvajal's behalf, said that he was hospitalized for 7 days before getting released and going home.
How was it phrased? Help save a moron?
Carvajal said that he was, quote, definitely an idiot in this scenario, and that he should have thought twice before squeezing squeezing through an opening in the fence. He said, it was for sure a reality check, or recognizing my naivete and thinking that it would be fine to try and touch one, and just realizing that you've got to have a lot more reverence for big, crazy beasts like that.
Yeah. Have more reverence for big, crazy beasts.
A spokesperson for the Utah Division of Wildlife said there's just this common misconception that because they kind of look like cows, people think that they're domestic or friendly. She said they are wild animals. They do act unpredictably sometimes. And
hell, that's just like a cow.
They can act aggressively if you get too close to them. Florida man Max Alexander Kurjkant was arrested Saturday after attempting to steal a $250 tattoo. Not only was it a tattoo, it was a Waffle House tattoo. Kurjkant reportedly received the gray and white ink from the ink god shop on his leg, and then he tried to walk out without paying.
So like a dine and dash for tattoos.
Yeah. When police searched him, they found $6 and a driver's license. He had posted $150.
I had 7
to get out of jail, and has pleaded not guilty. Has several other tattoos, including a tribute to the Insane Clown Posse.
Okay.
So he wanted to add his Waffle House tattoo.
And Insane Clown Posse. Well, you know the what are they called? The
Juggalos.
Juggalos are big waffle fans.
Yeah. A kangaroo that was on the loose east of Toronto since last week was found and captured early on Monday and is temporarily being housed at the Oshawa Zoo as it recovers. Sergeant Chris Ballou said that the officers on patrol spotted the missing marsupial around 3 a.m. on a rural property and were able to keep eyes on it for nearly 4 hours. In the meantime, the pair were able to get in touch with the kangaroo's handlers, and on their advice, they actually just grabbed it by the tail.
Can I talk to you for a second? You're a kangaroo, right?
Well, the female kangaroo punched one of the officers in the face during the apprehension.
How could she slap?
And according to Blue, he said it's something that he and his platoon mates will be remembering for the rest of their careers. After she settled down, police were able to transport the kangaroo to the zoo where she underwent a medical exam. Videos of the kangaroo running along roads in Oshawa circulated on social media on Friday morning. The head keeper for the zoo said that the animal was in a truck en route to the zoo in Quebec when it jumped over its handlers and escaped during what was supposed to be a brief stop for arrest.
Do you find kangaroos kind of unnerving? I've seen footage of them. They can get aggressive.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't want to pet them. However, a bison, I'll go for it. The handlers attempted to search for the kangaroo, who is about 4 years old and was being transported alongside her adult offspring, but it was dark. Eventually, they managed to track it down and, of course, get it to the zoo. And that's where we're going to wrap up. That's the last story in the Bizarre File for you this morning. All right, we've been telling you to text in for the secret text word. It is time now to give away the prize. Kathy, who are we going to take?
Caller 4.
All right, fourth caller at 215-263-WMMR. You need to know the secret text word in order to win those Tom Segura tickets. We'll come back with a winner, and we'll get lesson, question, trash, and music news as well. Stay with us. No idea there was another room, and then we did something, and all of a sudden it creaked open, and you're like, oh my God, or you're like, does that door open? I have no idea, and eventually you find a key, you open it, like, yes, and then while you are excited about that, then you have a whole new room of clues that you got to go through. There it is. You have a whole new room of clues. You're like, oh my God, here we got to start over again. But then again, there might be things in that room that pertains to something that was 2 rooms ago that you need to have remembered. It's cool stuff.
Gary Lauer, did you hear that you have 2 minutes and 40 seconds?
We're working on it, Casey Foster. We're working on it, brother.
Thank you.
We're dripping. We're dripping with sweat here.
They're dripping.
I just wanted to gag now. Yeah. My balls are sweaty.
All right.
Maybe just do it in.
Hang in there, sweet tea. We're going to do this for you.
They're actually working on the combination of the safe.
Yeah, it's
Bill is very happy.
Bill's looking at the camera.
You can tell by his shaking the head no.
He looks deflated.
You don't have another one?
Time ran out.
Time ran out. That's it. All right. Sorry, guys. Time's up.
Were this close. We did all you had to do was crack that safe.
So Randy's coming in to tell them what they did in. They need to do to finish it. So
what's the other number?
I don't want to. Yeah, I don't want to hear it. Thank you to Randy Bates at Bates Motel and Bates Motel Escape Room.
Oh, very exciting.
Bill Weston, Jackie Bam Bam, Pitchuation, and Gary Lauer for participating in event this morning. And if you've never done an escape room, and this one, looking at the video, and I've done a few of them myself, looks top notch.
Nearly 2 million people are under evacuation orders in Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas, where residents stocked up on supplies and boarded up homes as Hurricane Matthew marches towards the U.S. We have, do we have some clips from?
Here you go.
No?
No, this is not working at all.
What is it? What were you hitting?
I'm hitting the button that starts whatever is on the Vox Pro to play.
Nothing.
Sorry,
Okay.
it's frozen, guys.
That's all right. At least
I give today's show a 10 so far.
A 10 so far. How do we achieve a 10? There we go. So early.
10 minutes in. At least 16 deaths in the Caribbean have been blamed on the storm, with heavy damage reported in Haiti. As the early morning approached Thursday, Matthew was centered about 295 miles southeast of West Palm Beach and moving northwest at 10 miles per hour.
10.
16.
10! My mother and sister live in Florida now. They live on the Gulf side. They live near Tampa and St. Petersburg. The people there are so desensitized.
They are.
To these huge storms. I'm like, Mom, you guys, I mean, over the years, I've been like, Mom, are you guys gonna head north? She's like, nah, we'll just, we'll just stay here. And
you know how the 24-hour news cycle wants to amp up everything. But they're saying this one, yes, be really cautious of this one. It's hitting hard against the state.
It's going to be a Category 4 when it hits land there.
Right. Will she at least, I mean, I don't see your mother out there plyboarding the windows or anything like that, but...
She bought some plyboard.
What's that, plywood?
Plyboarding.
Yeah. Whatever.
Thank you.
Plywooding the windows.
Boarding up.
Boarding up the windows, but they do it with plywood. Anyway, does she have... like special shutters that cover the windows?
No, well, she lives in a condominium like community or apartment complex.
Yeah, I was down in Florida. This was years ago when a storm was coming through. I have family that lived down there my whole life, so we were down there. A storm was coming through, and I remember my aunt was like, "Okay, let's go open all the windows," and I was like, "Open the windows?
Yeah.
What?" There was a tornado coming through, and we had to open all the windows, and then we were hiding in like doorways. It was pretty damn scary.
That growing up in kind of the tornado alley area, that was.
Oh my God! Tornado!
That was me.
The belief was that if you open the windows, it kind of depressurizes the inside of the home, and your windows won't explode. But I think it's been proven false. But some people think that you're supposed to open the windows.
And it was pretty scary. Like that wind was whipping through the house. I mean, stuff was flying all over the place.
Well, you hope the best for them down there. I mean, he got hit pretty hard.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Just.
I said plyboard. I meant to say plywood boards. I just let down the word wood. Let's move on.
Okay, we're going to move on. A 12-year-old has been arrested and charged following another clown against a school in Toms River. On Tuesday evening, police say that at no time was there any credible threat, and it appears to be an ill-conceived hoax. The girl was arrested and charged with third-degree criminal count of causing false public alarm.
Anyway.
That was fast. We have that isolated now, yes.
Anyway.
And it's so loud.
So today when you're dropping by the 10 store to pick up your plyboard.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That was like the start of his Broadway show.
I loved it, man. My favorite part of the day so far.
Anyway.
And it's early.
It is.
And that's going to continue for the rest of the morning.
All morning. Nick just pulled this up, and we're going to talk about something else, but I can't not mention this. Bob Dylan won a Nobel Prize.
Wow.
Was he awarded a Nobel Peace Prize, huh?
Literature Prize.
Literature.
Yeah. The 75-year-old rock legend received the prize for, quote, having created new poetic expressions within the great American song tradition. Yeah.
So he didn't win a Peace Prize.
No, he didn't win the Peace Prize. He won the Literature Prize.
It's kind of interesting that he won a Literature Prize for a body of work, not something that was just released.
Specific.
Right?
Yeah, it's usually, by my understanding, it's awarded for something. For example, who was the last recipient? And they won for a specific work.
I'll look it up.
Nick, you know off the top of your head. You know what? I don't know, but yeah, usually it's for
like Harper Lee. Didn't she win for
Kill a Mockingbird?
Yeah,
To Kill a Mockingbird, or was it her laser tag place that she?
Harper Lee. Do you love the thrill of combat set against a futuristic dystopian world? Well, then you gotta try laser tag. Pew, 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 pew. I'll kill you, you cyborg mother effer.
Let me see here. Nobel Prize Literature, Bob Dylan, 2016. Svetlana Alexievich won last year. I don't.
That's where he had the 18th Where's Waldo book. Apparently, it was the most difficult time finding Waldo.
Interesting. All right. Well, anyhow, he's got a Nobel Prize under his belt now. So.
What do you get? It's like a WWE belt, right?
Yeah, it's a lot like that. No, I have no idea what the actual prize looks like. It's got to be, I don't know, some kind of a plaque or
a hat that says I'm number one.
That's a good question.
I think for the Nobel Peace Prize, you get something like $250,000. It's a significant chunk of change.
Oh, okay.
But I don't know what you get for
Amazon credit.
And Amazon, yeah.
In Amazon credits.
Oh, my God.
Kathy, the dream come true.
Forget it.
Casey.
Yeah.
He went in and heard a piece of audio from our previous break, and he came in. I don't think I've ever seen you that beat red, laughing that hard and unable to breathe before.
Oh, God. I just hope this is funny for you guys.
He said it may not be funny for us, but it clearly floored him.
Because.
And what happened? You caught it.
No, you know what? Actually, a listener, and they texted in. Usually I hate the text board. But somebody texted in something they heard that none of us heard. So we went back and Marissa pulled up the audio. And, listen, we've worked with Kathy for how many years now?
Long time.
Yeah.
Long time.
No one knows.
And
is it 28 years?
13 years.
Yeah, 13 years.
So what I heard, what this listener heard, is so out of character for her that it just floored me. And when you take it in that context, not the context of how it was meant, but how it is heard.
All right.
Oh my God! What? Just play it.
All right, here we go. It's very short. It's 4 seconds long.
Accidentally at the same time,
right?
Oh.
So she says, "Listen," and then
now I can cut that out. I can cut the. All right, now it's just the good part.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. As if she's saying, "Listen, I'm going to fart,
guys.
and listen to me fart."
Listen, guys.
If it was cleaner.
Yeah,
if there wasn't, if Steve is talking over her. Yeah. That's Nick, I think, but.
Maybe I can clean it up.
You ruined it, Nick.
Way to go, Nick.
Hang on, you're going to try and edit this on the fly?
Yeah, try it there.
Oh.
Yeah.
The sound effect cuts it off. It's not beforehand.
Could you
it's
do me a favor, Kathy, and just
again?
say, "Listen to me fart," and then play that? Could you
Go
do
ahead.
that clean? Go ahead, Kathy.
Yeah, just say it.
No.
Oh no, you don't want to do that and have
No,
that live on
that's
as a clip
okay.
that we play 200 times a day?
No, I'm good.
What don't you want to say, Kathy?
No, it's fine.
Sacha Baron Cohen has his birthday as well. He is 45 years old. What's the last thing he did?
Brothers Grimsby was the name of that.
That's it. Yes.
Oh, you just knew that, huh?
Waiting, man.
Just off the top of your head, you just knew that.
Yeah, I'm a big fan.
That's
so inside for us, but we needed that for a minute.
We'll explain it. Bill yesterday said he wanted to make sure that Nick didn't come off too know-it-all-y.
And that he should say, I found this on the internet.
And I had to clarify to Bill that I had asked Nick to look for the information that he provided. And I think people know that we say it all the time. Nick, can you check that on Wiki for us or rock us a wiki? So Nick doesn't profess to be the resource of all the world's knowledge.
Casey, had you just been waiting for the first moment to say
Not
that?
the first moment, but there was a scene there. And I told him yesterday, I'm totally going to do that to you.
That was
Chuck said, he's like, I can't wait to the passive-aggressive moment when you guys mention that on the air.
And here we are, bright and early.
Here we are. Oh, my God.
I can discern a tonal change too when you're reading off the screen. You become robotic.
Yeah, and here's the other thing: when I read it off the screen, I get it right. Like when I come up with a fact on my own, chances are I'm wrong.
But that's kind of your charge. Is you're the one. We'll say all the time. Could you check that for us?
So you just knew that, huh?
I did just know that. Yeah, Sacha Baron Cohen's last, the Brothers Grimsby.
All right, so he's
knew that.
But that's
93.3 WMR. It's everything that rocks with some Weezer. A little hit from the hash pipe on this Wednesday morning. And Wednesday mornings mean a secret text word. So we were looking for somebody to identify that word. And Kathy called out for number 4. So we are going to go to the phones and find caller number 4. And I believe it is Bill. Hey, Bill. Morning, buddy.
Hey, you guys rock. Good morning.
Hey. Thank you, Bill. We need to know what the secret text word is. So what is it, bud?
It is ball hog.
Ball hog is yes. Hang on, my man. Tickets to see Tom Segura Friday, February 2nd, Hard Rock Hotel Casino in Atlantic City. 2 shows, February 2nd and the 3rd, and those shows, tickets for the shows are available at hardrockhotelatlanticcity.com. Our random texter is Talia Cassie from Havertown. Hey. And Talia gets those tickets to see Tom Segura as well, February 2nd. So congratulations, both of you. We now have something else to give away. We are going to set you up, hopefully if you get this right, a $50 Gabe's gift card. The question that we ask today is, which really, really good friend of the Preston and Steve Show is going to bring us up to New York, take us out to a fancy dinner, put us up in a super nice hotel, and see the opening of his off-Broadway show? Who was that? 215-263-WMMR, which really, really good friend of the Preston and Steve Show is going to bring us up to New York, take us out to a fancy dinner, put us up in a super nice hotel to see the opening of his off-Broadway show. Call if you know the answer, and we will do the trash while you're calling.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
And it's brought to you by Sports and Social. Experience the ultimate football party at Sports and Social in Live Casino and Hotel Philly. Cheer on the Birds with ticket giveaways and signed merch, halftime contest, Bud Light Towers, free concession snacks, and face painting and more. Let's see what's up, Steve. What do you have for us?
Well, singer Rosalia and the star of The Bear, Jeremy Allen White, are fueling rumors of a romance. The two were recently seen walking around Central Park hand on vagina.
Wow. Oh, my God.
As we know, Brenda Lee's classic Rockin' Around the Christmas Tree, which was released 65 years ago, hit #1 on Billboard. Now an ecstatic 80-year-old Lee has released a thank you video in which he screams for pudding.
Oh, my God.
And finally, CNN's Chris Wallace is facing backlash for questioning Adam Driver's looks, saying he doesn't look like a classic movie star. Driver responded saying Wallace doesn't look like an actual anus, yet crap keeps coming out of his mouth. And that's your Hollywood Trash.
All righty. You know the answer, right? We're going to find that out. The question is, which really, really good friend of the Preston and Steve Show is going to bring us up to New York City? Take us to a fancy dinner, put us up in a super nice hotel to see the opening of his off-Broadway show, and we will go to Matt and see if we can get the answer. Hi, Matt. Good morning, buddy.
Good morning, sir.
All right, Matt, who is that super-duper good friend of ours?
That would be Mark Summers.
Yeah, you got it. You got it. Mark Summers. Hang on, Matt. We're going to set you up with a $50 Gabe's gift card, and you can get huge discounts of up to 70% off mall store prices on brands like Hurley, Realtree, Stanley, Carhartt, Disney, Bear Paw, Mattel, Fisher-Price, and big athletic brands too big to say. And if it's on their wish list, you can get it for less at Gabe's. Visit GabesStores.com for more information.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Brought to you by Wawa. They got you covered with gift cards for everyone on your list, from Wawa gift cards or a gift card from your favorite brand. Happy holidays from Wawa. We'll start with this. We mentioned it earlier this morning. Denny Lane, the British star musician who co-founded the iconic rock bands The Moody Blues and Paul McCartney and Wings, has passed away. He was 79 years old. And he was a father of 5, by the way, too. Lane died peacefully Tuesday morning at his home following health setbacks from interstitial, is that how you say it?
Interstitial?
Interstitial lung disease, also more well known as ILD. His wife, Elizabeth, had shared the news on his Facebook page. He had COVID last year and developed lung issues, which led to multiple surgeries, and he died from ILD. He helped the Moody Blues form. He helped form the band in 1964, and of course with hits like this, Nights in White Satin. And he sang lead on a song called Go Now, which I believe we have a clip of, Casey. Should be in the Vox Pro over there.
So he was in. So my understanding is in the earliest years of the Moody Blues, and then departed the band. Correct?
I don't know at what point he left, but yeah, then he went on to join Paul McCartney and Wings.
In Wings, right.
But he was with them for some of the hits.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
so-
Certainly, I think he's the lead singer on
this song.
Yeah.
Go Now. Yeah, so he was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as a Moody Blues member in 2018. In 1971, that's when he joined Wings with Linda and Paul. And he helped write the songs Don't Let It Bring You Down and London Town. He and Paul wrote several songs together, including a song that I just love called Mull of Kintyre. And after his long time with Wings, he continued to make music in a solo career as well. In an Instagram post, McCartney wrote that he was very saddened by his death, noting that the two had drifted apart over the years. But in recent years, they managed to reestablish their friendship and share memories of their times
I want
together.
to post this to my timeline. I can't get it to work. Jesus. Keeps going to Reels.
Have you tried...
Don't talk to me!
Okay. Paul wrote, Denny was a great talent with a fine sense of humor and was always ready to help other people. He will be missed by all his fans and remembered with great fondness by his friends. I send my condolences and best wishes to his wife, Elizabeth, and family.
So it sounds like there might have been a little, was there a sort of a parting of the ways, or was there a little bit of agitation?
He said they drifted apart, so it doesn't sound like it was,
Did you rub your nutsack on my base?
They had any big issues. Lane contributed to a pair of early 1980s McCartney solo albums while Wings were still together. While other musicians came and went, Denny Lane was the sole member to stay alongside the McCartneys for the duration of the career. So he was there from the beginning to the end of Wings.
I love that first, that McCartney solo album. That first one is just terrific.
Yeah. And I liked Wings.
Yeah,
I thought Wings was a great. Paul put out that solo album, and then he realized he's like, I want a band. I want a group of people.
I want a band.
But I assume that Wings has not been inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame because
That's a good question.
It mentioned only that Denny Lane was in for Moody Blues.
I think
So he would definitely be in for Wings as well, and I think that they definitely deserve it. His wife wrote that when he passed, she said, I was at his bedside holding his hand as I played his favorite Christmas songs for him. She said that in his last days, he just wanted to be home with her and his pet cat and listen to Christmas music.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be crazy if her name was Penny?
I'm sorry?
Well, I said, wouldn't that be crazy if her name were Penny?
Denny and Penny.
Yeah, Denny and Penny Lane.
Denny and Penny Lane.
Wow.
Penny Lane, there is a barber showing photographs.
The couple just got married in July.
Oh, wow.
And lived in Naples, Florida. So I guess he had 5 kids. I don't know if they had been together for a long time and just decided to marry, or
Did she have quintuplets?
I don't know what the story was. Yeah. Bon Jovi shared a Christmas video for their new original song, Christmas Isn't Christmas. John had
What does that mean?
commented and said, Christmas Isn't Christmas is a song that I wrote about family. The sentiment that Christmas really isn't Christmas without you, which can bring up a lot of memories for people. And I also liked to turn it around and know that because of you, Christmas is Christmas. The band is set to celebrate their 40th anniversary next year in a big way. John said that in a video clip that lots of other big surprises are in store while revealing very little. R.E.M's Michael Stipe is working on a solo album. He told the New York Times that over the last couple of years, he has struggled with writer's block due to various upsets, distractions, and emergencies. He broke through earlier this year and now has written all the songs for the project. He said, I'm wildly insecure. I have imposter syndrome to the effing max.
Isn't that wild?
And he admitted that he would see old clips of R.E.M. and wonder how he ever did that. He said, it's hard to be in competition with your former self. Outside of his own music, he did mention that he also recorded a duet with Courtney Love for her upcoming record. And he gave no hint of when it might be released, but I'm interested.
Has he shaved that beard yet?
I don't know.
He's got that big sort of old man in the sea beard.
I don't think so. I think
the-
he's got that,
All right.
almost like that
Letterman.
David Letterman
Yeah.
type of look. U2 announced their final 4 dates for U2 UV Achtung Baby live at the Sphere. February 23rd and 24th and March 1st and 2nd will mark 40 nights of concerts at one venue. The record-setting show at Sphere represented U2's first live outing in 4 years. while at the same time they topped Billboard's alternative digital song sales chart and Billboard's adult alternative airplay chart with the song Atomic.
These last couple of concerts at our wonderful venue here, you know it as the Spahir. It's been great. So Marissa attended one of the matinee movies. Figured she'd blow our show off. Guess we're not cool enough. You know, she got married at the punk rock museum, so I guess we're not. We're just old fogies.
By the way, it's pronounced sphere.
What is that?
It's pronounced sphere.
Security?
Ask Paul. He'll tell you. And then finally, Sir Rod Stewart announced that he is releasing a new swing record with the Rhythm and Blues Orchestra along with Jules Holland, formerly of Squeeze.
Oh, he's definitely suited for this. He did that American Songbook.
Yep. He loves doing this stuff, too. Swing Fever is a 13-track salute to the timeless songs of the big band years and will be out on February 23rd. It includes classics like Pennies from Heaven, Ain't Misbehavin', and Tennessee Waltz. For collectors, Amazon will offer a limited edition green vinyl version. Last month, he announced the final shows of his 13-year Vegas residency.
Oh, my God.
I didn't know he'd been doing that.
13
that long.
years.
Caesar's Palace. His 200th show there will take place next summer, by the way. Wow. Yeah. All right, that's it. That's what I got in the bizarre file for you. Now, that was music news.
It was bizarre, though, that you included so much music news.
Isn't that bizarre? All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Wrapping up the program. When we return, stay with us.
But that's a classic building.
Yeah.
And that's why we loved it.
Well, we did pull up the some of the top costumes that have been chosen. I forgot what the source was, but number 7, Game of Thrones, any character from Game of Thrones.
All right, who would you go if you were to have, because you are a Game of Thrones fan, name your character of choice.
I'm trying to think who would be worth doing and what would be worth pulling off. Yeah, Jon Snow would be pretty awesome. You get a sword, you get this big black outfit.
What about the Hound? What about Phoebe Snow, his sister?
I don't know. I'd have to think about that.
What about the mountain?
It'd be no. It wouldn't
the
be
hill?
Mountain. No. Anyhow, moving along. Sexy Pikachu. So Pokemon's going to be popular because of Pokemon Go.
Pokemon Go.
Mm-hmm.
And Pokemon himself, right? Or not himself, but the Pokemon symbol.
Preston, you could go as Tyrion Lannister and dress like the
walk around on my knees.
Yeah,
put shoes on my knees.
Dwarf on golf. Yeah,
right.
You go as Dwarf on golf. Watch people try to figure that one out.
No. But he would put the shoes on his knees.
What's his name?
Tyrion Lannister. Tyrion.
Could you do Tyrion on golf?
Tyrion on golf.
So Game of Thrones, but with golf clubs.
It would be Imp on golf. Right.
Imp on golf.
Yeah. Then you have number Faye is Rey from Star Wars.
Number Faye?
Number Faye?
Did I say number Faye?
Yeah, because of Rey.
I just thought that was a line. That is so. Wow, Preston knows all the hip words for 3.
And counting down from Faye.
And now
Three.
number Faye. He writes, Casey, I never understand what number the songs are because you're so hip and cool. You said Faye, and I was lost. So number Faye is?
Number Faye is Ray.
Ray.
Yeah.
Ray?
Yeah.
Ray
Charles.
Ray Charles?
No, from Star Wars.
Ray Finkel.
Ray Finkel?
Oh, my God. You could be Ray Finkel, and she could be Einhorn.
Oh, my God. Finkel and Einhorn. That's Ventura.
Yeah. No, I don't.
You don't know Ace
Ventura? That current movie.
I know Ace Ventura, but I don't remember
Finkel and Einhorn. Finkel and Einhorn.
Einhorn and Finkel.
Go as Ray, but make it Ray Charles in a Star Wars spacesuit.
Okay, I like it.
Number 4.
At number 5.
Studies have found that the clothes we wear shape the perceptions other people have about our capability. For example, teaching assistants who wore formal clothes, they are perceived by students as more intelligent but less interesting than their casually dressed peers.
I wonder now with the frequency of dress down days and internet places like Google and Facebook where the dress is more casual, like smart casual.
Mm-hmm.
Is that perception changing?
Yeah, I think you can still dress smart casual and not dress like a slob, though. You know what I mean?
I think that's exactly it.
So not
besmirching people who wear bib overalls to work.
Correct.
Yeah.
No, but you don't need to be in a suit. You just need to be put together.
Yeah. I mean, you will always agree that my superhero T-shirts are put together. Yeah.
Well, I think Casey is the example.
I'm totally put together.
Yeah.
In fact, a lot of people say, are you doing any runway work?
Yes.
Because they assume you're a model.
We should do a fashion show with Casey.
Oh, that'd be.
You could walk the runway.
Okay.
He's up for it.
Yeah, I'm totally up for it. I like my clothes.
For the derelict.
Yeah. Yeah, I wear nice clothes.
You do.
They're just casual nice.
They're as nice as mine.
Yeah.
You don't wear nice clothes.
These are nice pants.
And here we go.
Nice pants, nice. You got a nice pair of slacks.
Yeah.
Listen, I'm sure they feel nice.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, and I'm being honest. You wouldn't look at your outfit and go, wow, that's really nice.
Sometimes I do.
Okay.
Now, Preston.
That guy looks like a gym teacher.
That is a snappy dressing gym teacher.
And I'm not putting you down by saying that, but you know what I mean.
This is a battle of semantics, okay? So, no, they are not dress jeans and a button-down shirt, but they are nice sweatpants.
Are you kidding?
They are nice.
That is not a real argument.
Where are your...
That's a good effort.
Where are your leather sweatpants, please?
I'm wearing clean sneakers and day-old underpants. We're good.
You almost made it through.
Yeah,
we're good.
I would love to see, there's that scene in the DiCaprio Great Gatsby, if we were to turn around with sweatpants, in the I'm the Great Gatsby.
Right.
Really?
I also noticed this thing that,
Back to the noticer, the dumbed-down version of the ponder.
We were talking earlier in the pondering segment about wearing glasses and appearing more intelligent, but you may need to leave them home for your next passport photo session. The State Department is reminding everyone that come November 1st, wearing glasses is no longer allowed in passport photos. They also don't let you smile anymore.
It depends.
It depends?
Yeah, some people taking the photo will actually let you smile. There's a place out by Downingtown, and
Smiley's Passports.
No, like there's only a few places where you can get these photos taken. Like you have to go out of your way to get your passport photo taken and have it submitted properly. The one out in Downingtown, the guy's cool, and he's like, "Yeah, you can smile. Don't worry about it." The guy down in Philly apparently is a bit of a stickler.
Well,
and you're not allowed to smile.
Nick, do you have any idea as to is there actually though in effect a uniform rule or suggestion that you not smile? I guess they want you to look the way you would look generically
when you're angry and traveling.
when you're trying to
when you're standing in
commit
line,
an act of terrorism.
When you're standing in line at the
But when I
TSA.
when you guys hand over your ID, don't you just smile sort of naturally just to be polite? Like,
yeah.
Hi,
how you doing?
Right. So I think that's why this guy says it's
Yeah.
He's like, hey!
Hi!
My issue is that passport photo I'm wearing wax lips.
Yeah.
And so I have to
And that you're
bring
not
them with
allowed.
me.
Come November 1st, you won't be able to do that, Steve. An announcement on the State Department website explains this change will help eliminate glares and shadows that can lead to delays in processing visas and passport applications. Applicants may wear glasses only in rare circumstances of documented medical necessity during urgent travel.
All right, I don't know why I'm asking, but I'll ask. Facial recognition ID programs, are they foiled by glasses? I tend to think not, right? Because they scan like 180 or 200 different points on the face. So, would glasses throw off facial recognition?
I don't know, but facial recognition software is pretty wild because you even use it on your Xbox One or whatever you walk in. It knows who it label. If there are 3 or 4 people in the room and they're registered, their name pops up above their head.
And on Facebook?
And it's live video. And Facebook, too,
Well, on Facebook, when you go to, tag people, it already tags
It
it
already
for you.
tags them.
It says, "Hi, Steven," when I sit down in the Xbox.
You love that, don't
I
you?
love it.
Case, except there's one of my girlfriends gets tagged as this guy that I'm friends with on Facebook all the time.
Oh, that's got to be insulting.
I'm like,
how are you? How are you, Chuck?
Who's that, man-face Katie?
Is there a Katie that you know?
There is a Katie, and she's going to be so offended because you don't know who she is. And she's going to be like, why did he call me man-face?
I think I look pretty. I don't know.
It's not man-face Katie.
So is the girl mannish looking or is the guy
girlish looking?
Pretty? Is the guy really
My name is. The guy's not pretty.
comely, as they say?
The guy's not pretty.
He's not pretty. Ooh, sorry to hear that. Okay. You know what else would suck is if you lived a place that is frequented by
hobos.
No, not hobos. Well, I mean, but no, 18-wheelers that use the J brake.
Oh, God.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I hate that sound. In the distance on 93.3 WMMR, Everything That Rocks. That's our final song from the Preston and Steve Show. Lots of music coming up, though, in just a little bit. We'll talk to Jackie, see what he's got planned for the day. But we had a nice, enjoyable show with plenty of guests on the program. I will thank them. Mr. Brian Boucher.
Yeah.
Flyers alumni hockey games coming up on Friday, January 26th. And I found out definitively that he did not come up with the phrase 10-bell douchebag. It was actually Chuck came up with that on his own.
Oh, I thought
I had misunderstood the origin story. Now, he and Brian Boucher did go to the same swim club together. And I must have got my stories mixed up because he who did he said he got it from
Gene Hart
from Gene Hart
who would say 10-bell save,
10-bell save or something like that, and then he equated it to douchebag or a-holes or something like that. He added 10-bell to
and the legend is born,
and there it is. But Boucher didn't know what I was talking about, but it's okay.
That's always comfortable.
We're playing in the game. And that's coming up on the 26th of January. Mr. Skin was on the program. Top 10 nude scenes from 2023, and it's a good list as well. So check out MrSkin.com. By the way, it's free.
Yes.
And you can peruse, and he really does have some interesting insights on nudity and cinema. And then we had our friend Pat House come by.
Yeah.
Live from the Day Job is his YouTube special right now on his channel. So do a little search on Pat House and check out his. And by the way, it was filmed at Paxton Hollow Golf Club at the bar there. So he's worked there for like 20 years or something along those lines. But Pat was great to have here. Jackie Bam Bam's here. Hi, Jackie.
Hi. It's another day of 10-bell gloom and doom with us.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, it is. How you been, man?
I've been wonderful. I learn stuff every day when I listen to your show. So if I ever go cross-country again, Prespo, I know not to bring cheese balls because Casey Bill will stab me to death if I grab his cheese balls.
Oh, yes.
So I took note of that, and then... What was it? The Regulator, the Normalizer. I used to play that. The Regulator, wasn't that a song, Case?
The Warren G?
Yeah, we used to roller skate to that or something.
Regulators, mount up.
Yeah.
What soundtrack was that from?
Oh, you're schooling me, man.
Young Guns 2.
Is that Young Guns 2? Is that what it was? Yeah.
I think it was. We're regulators. We're damn good, too. Regulate everything in this county.
The Normalizer.
I think it was from the second one. The Normalizer.
I like that word.
Cool, man.
I'm going to steal it.
Excellent.
Press got me first.
Gesture.
Had a little visual here in the studio. Shall we do the letter of the day?
We shall.
All right, here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
And the Preston and Steve Show is brought to you today by the letter...
The letter E as in Eagles! Yeah!
We have 2 Flyers Santa sacks to give away. One for you and one to give as a gift. And you can make it an unforgettable holiday season and gift a Flyers Santa sack. Each gift pack includes a pair of lower-level Flyers tickets, a Flyers player autograph puck, an exclusive gritty tree topper, and a bonus pair of Wings lacrosse tickets. So shop now at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. We'll give that away on Friday. And what you doing today, man?
Well, on Pierre's docket for the workforce blocks, you mentioned Michael Stipe recording a brand new solo album. It's Peter Buck's birthday from REM. We'll do a block of them. Ozzy. Randy Rhoads was born today in 1956. We'll talk about Randy. And it's the anniversary of Bush's debut album, 16 Stone. If Pierre left me the key, we'll open up the massive vaults of the MM archives. I think I'll take us back to the Navy Yard. It was a spring break show. So we'll include that. And, of course, Mark Tremonti sings Frank Sinatra.
Oh, little Frank. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Jackie. And I want to thank our sponsor, President Steve Show, brought to you today by Duncan. And the President Steve Show runs on Duncan. Tomorrow, we're working on it. Maybe we'll, I think tomorrow might be a good day for a contest or something.
I think so.
Some things to give away.
I'm feeling it.
We'll dive into a few other topics and have a good time. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day. Keep it in Nooch. And we'll see you tomorrow, gang. Bye-bye.